More than Northwest and sister. Back. I did Sweet Pea's box today too. I completely washed it, putting brand new litter in it. So she is so fresh and so clean. That's Simon's food from last night, the one on the far right. That's the Purina Pro sensitive duck that he didn't eat from this morning. The one in the middle is the Ziwi. Unadulterated. I saw Momma. She was gonna come and she turned around. It was when I was sitting out there when I was with him. She came and left. But she's still out there. Sweet Pea's eating a lot, man. I've been feeding her 4 cans a day. It doesn't even say to feed them that much. But she's willing to eat it, and she doesn't have diarrhea from it, so I'm assuming that she needs the calories. She doesn't get fat. She's getting a lot of calories, though. I'm gonna have a fat kitten. It's either that or free feed or dry food. I don't want to do that. I want to get her used to dry food, and I don't want to get her used to free feeding. This she probably will get fat. Come back in. I freaking didn't feed them last night too. I slept through all of my alarms. I had 3 alarms set. Slept through all of them at 12:30, 12:20, 12:25, something like that. I woke up at 4 o'clock, 4:15, and I was like, I've had the catch, right? And then I got up for a second and looked, and I noticed Simon's bowl wasn't down, and I'm like, oh no. So I got up then and did it. So she ate a full, she ate her full dinner at 4:15, and then she ate her full breakfast at 6:30. I don't know how she could put down so much food. I'm ready to go out? Okay, see you later. A big kitty? You gonna be a big kitty? You a big kitty? You a kitty? You a good kitty. Aw. No. You wouldn't do it. She talks to me. When I talk to her, she talks back to me. She'll be like, Mimi, Mimi, Mimi. She's so sweet. She's sweet. She's sweet. She's sweet. So sweet. I had the name sweet. Mama, where's Mama at? Man, why is she? Mom's not coming because she thinks that Tux is like king of the castle now, and that she's not wanted or something. I don't. Mama. Mama. She came and she went. She was right here, and then she went right back across the street. Plenty of food out today. I hope my water doesn't cut off tomorrow. Good. I'm gonna go. Girl. The big girl. Girl. Girl, this is a big girl. No. Oh, you know. Oh, you're too big. Too big. You're gonna get away. Key U.S. Air Force Base closes airspace amid drone sightings in Ohio. New York City Mayor Eric Adams, top advisor, abruptly retires. Well then. Why is Donald Trump about to deliver remarks? No, he didn't. Dude, I just saw my neighbor, the female, walking her dog, of course, without a leash, because they don't ever use a leash. But
Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Dude,
5.
Mama didn't even sniff the other food. But she had a huge fitted security jacket on. I just seen Mama. He must have just seen her when she walked by, and so that's why he's up there. But like, she's a freaking security guard, dude. I'm always hearing her and her fucking husband get in the craziest fights. I don't know. She seems a little unhinged to be a security guard. Y'all have even heard them fighting about killing each other and shit. She's a security guard? Thanks. Top flight security of the world, Craig. Dead. Oh, I don't know. I don't hear all of them. Oh, they try to fight in the back because they know that I'm in the front all the time. I think. But anytime there's like a major blow up fight, usually it ends up in the back, and I'll have my headphones on up here, so sometimes I don't hear them. So Mark, oh man, oh Trump, why is he gonna be talking to us? And why didn't Mama eat any of the food? Man, what the heck, dude? This is crazy. I thought the wintertime they would be more hungry. Like maybe less people would be feeding them because it's cold out. It's kind of more of a task to feed them when it's cold outside. But what I think happened is someone didn't move with daylight savings time. Someone's still getting up an hour early and feeding them at the crack of dawn, right as the sun's coming up or something, or when it's still dark. I think that's what's happening. Like someone didn't change their sleep schedule from daylight savings time. That's where Mama's getting her food now. No, she's eating somewhere else daily now, is what I'm saying. That's why. Because she was always known for being the first one. She will find the first food that's being put out in the neighborhood. That's what she was doing with me. Because I was putting it out right when the sun. Whoa! The fuck? Damn, he came through super fast. Did he almost get ran over? Shit. Or was this the truck that went flying by? Fox ain't that hungry. He would eat one of those other foods. Or he'd finish up a fancy feast. Simon, go eat some more food, huh? You want to eat some food? Food, buddy? I need to rinse out her water bowl real fast. I try to do that every day. I don't know. Oh my gosh, you just want to hear. Christ. You're the fucking weirdest when it comes to water bowls. You know that? You really are. He's intrigued like nothing else by the water bowl and the water bottle. See, look at her. She loves. Look at that. Look at the water bottle. Yeah. Water bottle. You see? Oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. You want to drink it out of the bottle? Now this bottle of water is contaminated, but it'll be alright. That was very interesting. I've never seen a cat do that before. Have you ever seen that? She drank directly out of the top of the water bottle. That's kind of neat. Hey, sweet. Oh, you've never seen that before. I haven't. She's just got this thing for water bottles, though. She's mesmerized by them. Hey. Okay, so last night, it might have seemed like I was bragging when I was talking about how this weed was some of the highest priced weed in California. I wasn't. I was actually disappointed that I have to spend this much to get a strain that doesn't have limonene in it. Like I look at the cheaper strains too, dude. They all have limonene in them. It's like you really got to search out for it not to be in the top 3 of terpenes for the strain. 90% of strains out there have it in the top 3, and like a ton of them have it as the top terpene. Sweetie. Hey, you're so sweet. So sweet, aren't you? Are you so? She does pee a ton, dude. Hopefully, I'm just hoping that she doesn't have something wrong with her, and that's why she's so thirsty all the time, like diabetes or something, or I don't know, man. But, like she eats decently. Her poops are solid. Fur looks good. Energy levels are good. Like nothing really says anything bad about her or going on, except for the fact that she pees so much. It's so much, dude. She produces twice as much pee as Simon somehow. But I mean, this strain, like I mean, it sucks that it's so pricey, but it really does have a good smell to it. Really does. Like, and the nugs are pretty nice on it too. Like they're pretty. It's some good weed. So. Not sure, but I've kind of wanted to try this brand too. I've seen them, Josh Wax. I hadn't tried them yet. The jars are actually really high quality too. I could sell it on the black market for a few bucks. Sell on eBay. There's some jars that I keep just because they're like, this one, not a keeper jar. You know, it's like normal kind of. This is a nice jar. You clean this bad boy up. It'd be nice for someone who's not in a weed friendly state. They like to store their weed in that maybe. That they're buying from their dealer or whatever. Like I save all my 710 Labs jars. They're made out of special glass though. Sort of UV glass. It's supposed to kill bacteria. As the light shines through it, it creates an ultraviolet light, which is beneficial to the weed, they say. I don't know if it's really true, but like this is a really solid jar though. Like it seals really nicely. Looks slick, it's heavy. It blocks out all light. Looks good on the desk. That's a keeper. I mean, hell, probably $5 is the cost of this weed is that jar. It ain't free. Do we know what your strain is? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, I know. You're paying a little bit premium for this nice jar. I get 10% off of everything, so that's my jar premium. And I've stopped giving them tips when I go in. Like I used to give however much I like saved on for the veterans discount, I would give back. I'd pay it forward to the bud tenders, at least with half of my discount. Like if they gave me $10 discount, I give them $5 or whatever. I've stopped that shit. They don't thank me anymore. They don't even like smile at me when I put money in the tip jar. Not even a nod of like approval. Nothing at all. They don't even look at me when I do it. I'll do it hoping that they'll at least like look at my hand and look at me and like give me a little like, hey, nothing. But for the past like 3 times that I've went to, I just started reducing it. The last time I only gave them like $2 or something, and still nothing. And I'm like, you know what? I don't need my tips, dude. If they can't at least acknowledge that I'm putting it in there. They don't need them. They must be making enough money. That's good. Because, I mean, let's be real. They're not doing anything for me. Bud tending used to be different. And if it's delivered, that's a little different too, because they're delivering to a shady-ass neighborhood here. They could get jumped. But they should be getting paid. I shouldn't have to tip them, really. And the way I see it, if they don't have to get your food to you hot, like if it's not a time thing, like, or if it's not gotten to you in a certain amount of time, it's going to suck. Alright, you don't need a tip. They should be paying you to do your job. But if like you can go in above and beyond somehow, like with bud tending, a bud tender back in the day, they would sometimes spend a long time with you to show you different strains, to open up the jars, let you look at them, let you smell them, give you their expertise on what might be best suited for what you're looking for flavor, for effect, whatever. It's not like that nowadays. You don't even need to do any of that. Some people might, but I'd much rather do my own research because I can't trust them knowing what the heck they're talking about, honestly. Because, quite frankly, the internet will give different information depending on what websites you go to sometimes. Specifically for terpenes, I'll check multiple. Oftentimes, if I don't have a good one that I know for sure is the one I normally go with, like maybe like Leafly or something, I'll double check multiple to make sure, because sometimes these new strains don't have a lot of information on them on the big boy sites like Leafly. I'll have to cross-reference different like grower sites and whatnot to see what they're saying the terpenes are opposed to what the seller's saying the terpenes are. Sometimes they'll put it on there. So I can't trust going up in a clinic and be like, hey, I'm looking for one that doesn't have limonene in it. And they're not going to know. They're probably going to know which one doesn't taste like lemon. Oh, this one doesn't taste like lemon. It doesn't have that doesn't mean it doesn't have it in there though. So yeah, they don't get a tip from me anymore. It's when I'm doing an online order and all they're doing is putting it on a shelf and waiting for me to come pick it up. I did all the work. They don't deserve a tip. Yep. I decided, it took me a while to decide to stop giving them tips. Because I was always kind of like they used to help us. They used to help us when we went. Back when you could smell the weed, I trusted my senses more whenever I was picking one out. I would smell one and be like, okay, my body is jiving with that one. I think that's going to be a good pick for me. Now that we can't smell them, I have to go off terpene profiles. I got to do all kind, like, I wouldn't have the time. I wouldn't want to waste all their time trying to research the shit in store. because it takes me a good 30 minutes to an hour sometimes to find one of the strains that doesn't have limonene as a top 3. That goes for waxes and flowers. Hey, you. Hey, buddy. Come here, you wee boy. Man, that's sweet boy too. Doo-doo-be-doo-be-doo. I'm a sweet boy too. Sorry I didn't feed you on time last night. I'm so sorry. He's so big compared to Sweet Pea. Oh, forgot about how sweet Simon is. Thanks, Grandpa Simon. Well, you could be a grandpa. You're old enough to be a grandpa. You gonna lay down? You gonna lay down? I wanted to lay down so I could smoke. I don't want to blow in his face. Come on, buddy, lay down. You just want to sit there, huh? Get that out of your eyes. Let's see. I can't tell if I helped or not. Here we go. We got the Nigerian Haze by Josh Wax. Apparently a really high-end brand here. This was $55 an eighth. I get it for $50 an eighth, which is still pretty high. Like I said, it was the only one I could find quickly. Well, as quick as I could. I wasn't going to look at every single strain on their site. Saw this one, high THC, didn't have limonene, sprung on it because I mean it's only a little bit more than the other ones, honestly, that I would have found $10-15 maybe. But it's a living soil, so that means it has like mushrooms and worms and shit in the soil. No chemicals, veganic, whatever that means. No animal products, I guess, and biodynamic. It says on the label here. 11/25/24 when it was packaged, so less than a month ago. A little CBD in there. What is that? TOC, 2.6%. What is TOC? TOC. Oh, maybe it's T. Oh, I'm not seeing the TOC anywhere. Wait. Here we go. I don't know what it is. And Tux is acting. No, that's not Tux. That's Tux number 2. Dude, it's unreal that none of the cats like those 2 foods. Fuck, I want my money back. No, none of them will eat that food. None of that. Mama won't eat it either. So maybe it's 2.6% TOC. SOC is 37% SOC. The label's got stuff on I never even heard of. SOC. Soil organic carbon. I don't know, maybe. Oh, SOC and TOC percentages are on this label, but I've never heard of them. Got CBD and THC also. It's not that fancy piece though. Every last nibble. Good job. Nigerian haze. I bet this is a land race. Let me see. Nigerian silver, also called Nigerian haze, is a sativa dominant hybrid marijuana strain made by crossing Nigerian with haze. Oh, looks like it's not a land race then. This strain produces quick hitting effects that are energizing and leave the consumer feeling buzzy and without focus. Nigerian Silver is ideal for daytime use and pairs well with activities like hiking or dancing to your favorite music. This strain features an aromatic flavor profile of berries with diesel undertones. Medical marijuana patients choose Nigerian Silver to help relieve symptoms associated with depression and stress. If you smoked, dabbed, or consumed Nigerian Silver, tell us what's your experience by leaving a strain. It's got its myrcene as the top, which I've also heard can cause cancer, followed by osmin, which is a mint terpene, and paraphylline, which is a pepper terpene. And myrcene is supposed to taste kind of like a mango. Nigerian Silver. Or just Nigerian, some people call it. Nigerian Silver strain flavors are menthol, diesel, and berry. Tremendously exotic sativa. Extremely long flowering African land race based strain is what this guy is saying it is. Is a tremendously exotic long, and it's not easy to grow, but we are committed to providing Washington with truly exotic marijuana. Nigerian Haze is a landrace strain, Nigerian Silk, combined with Haze genetics to give you an amazing tropical sativa experience. Oh. Okay, so it's a half a landrace. Oh, the weed? No, it's just lightning in here sucks. Can't get the zoom. Focus. Decent picture, but it's not. Why isn't it does look a little brownish, doesn't it? The red kind of browns it up a little bit. That's another thing. You can't look at weed anymore before you buy it. Not really. I don't even know what the heck it's gonna look like before I get it. I remember Wonder Bread was the first company that I bought prepackaged weed for. They're actually out of Long Beach, and it was more expensive to get that it was to get the non prepackaged weed. And I was starting to get it already because it was better. It was a higher quality. Because the buds just stayed better individually jarred up like that from the grower. When it comes from the grower in a big bag, you know what I mean, it didn't. They break up. The trichromes break up as well as the hairs break off, and the buds get like this. They got like this like tumbled look to them, kinda. Even just being in a big ass jar with a bunch of other weed, it would do that over time because people would come in and sniff it and whatnot.
So it's an honor to be with you. We'll discuss a couple of points. We'll take some questions later if you'd like. I'm sure you might have one or two. I'd be shocked if you didn't. I'd be very impressed. But I'm honored to welcome one of the most accomplished business leaders of our time, the founder and CEO of SoftBank, everybody knows, Masa Yoshi-san. Masa runs one of the largest companies in Japan and among the most successful investment and technology companies anywhere in the world, one of the most successful investors in the world. And we've just concluded a very productive meeting, and today I'm thrilled to announce that SoftBank will be investing $100 billion in America, creating 100,000 American jobs at a minimum. And he's doing this because he feels very optimistic about our country since the election. And many other people are also coming in with tremendous amounts of money. You probably noticed that a poll was just taken. It's business is literally in 39 years, there's been nothing like it. It's been the biggest increase. Small business owners gave it a 41% jump. It's the biggest jump that we've had in 39 years. And nobody's ever seen anything like it. And it's just they're very optimistic. This historic investment is a monumental demonstration of confidence in America's future, and it will help ensure that artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and other industries of tomorrow are built, created, and grown right here in the USA. One of the beautiful things about Masa is he's very much involved with emerging technology, probably knows it maybe better than almost anybody. So it's a great honor, and some of you remember after the 2016 election, also SoftBank committed to invest $50 billion in our country, and they did. And I'm very pleased to say that they kept that promise in every way, shape, and form, and now they're looking to do 100, and I've looked at their books. They do have the possibility of doing more. I'm going to ask them to do a little bit more, but first I'm going to ask him to speak and just to say a few words. Masa, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm very, very excited. I would really like to celebrate the great victory of President Trump. And my confidence level to the economy of the United States has tremendously increased with his victory. So because of that, I'm now excited to commit this $100 billion and 100,000 jobs into the United States. This is double of last time, as President Trump said. Because I say, oh, President Trump is a double down president. I'm going to have to double down, you know, $100 billion and 100,000 jobs. This is, you know, my confidence level, because that has doubled down. So I am truly excited to make this happen. And of course, business is important, technology is important. But one more thing I'm really hoping is that this President Trump would make the world, bring the world into peace again. That's my additional hope. And I think he will actually make it happen. So anyway, I'm excited to go, and we were discussing, and President Trump said, Masa, you know, double down is not enough. Maybe, you know, go for more, right?
what I'm going to ask him right now. Would you make it $200 billion and say he can actually, believe it or not, he can actually afford to do that? Would you do that?
Well, my promise is 100, but he's now asking to do more. I think with your leadership, my partnership with you, with your support, I will try to make it happen.
That's good.
All right.
200. He'll make it happen. 200 million investment.
He is a great negotiator.
Holy shit,
He's a
man.
brilliant guy and did an unbelievable job, and the people of Japan and all over the world are very proud of him. They have tremendous respect for him. So what he does, what he just did, and I would be surprised if it didn't go to 2. When you say you'll try, I know you'll do it.
I will really try.
Yeah.
And I need your support, though.
You'll have my support.
All right.
You'll have our country's support.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you, Master, very much.
Fantastic.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
You want to
Great
say hello
event.
to the people of Japan who are all watching?
Well, I'm sure our people in Japan are proud to make the partnership of U.S. and Japan be stronger. And I'm very excited to make this happen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Y'all owe us for Pearl Harbor still. You better, you little shit.
Thank you.
Shit.
It's a
Talking
great
about
gentleman, a great leader, and a great investor.
Dead.
So to have
shouldn't
that
have fucked with
off of
us.
it, and we have so many companies coming in now
let's move
that
on.
will be announcing, or that will announce themselves. We don't have to be.
Remembrance
with them
Day
to
was
do it,
just
but they'll
last
be
week.
announcing, and as I said, small business optimism took a 41-point jump.
They made us smack
41
them
points. It went up
with those
41
bombs, bro.
points. That's
They made us
unheard
do
of.
that.
And that's the biggest they think in recorded history, but they know at least a minimum
Yeah,
of
no, he's
39
cool.
years. So
Like a
that's
Japanese
great.
car, y'all know that.
On behalf of the American people, I want to thank Masa for his faith in what's happening with our country and what's happening with the world. There's a whole light over the entire world. Many people, some reporters, in speaking to them, they said, it actually is true. A couple of them are not necessarily friends of mine, but they said it is actually true that there's a light shining over the world. We're trying to help very strongly in getting the hostages back, as you know, with Israel and the Middle East. We're working very much on that. We're trying to get the war stopped, that horrible war that's going on in Ukraine, with Russia, Ukraine. We're going to, we've got a little progress. It's a tough one. It's a nasty one. It's nasty. People are being killed at levels that nobody's ever seen. It's very level fields, and
Come on,
the
bro.
only thing
We've
that
seen
stops a bullet is a body,
We
a
haven't
human
seen
body.
it.
And the number of soldiers that are being killed on both sides is
It's not that-
astronomical.
it's
I've never
not-
seen anything like that. And
Okay,
rapidly,
we
I get
have
reports
seen
every week.
something like it.
And it's not even, it's like just going down. Nobody's seen anything like it.
Sometimes he really
It's a very
says shit
flat
that's
surface,
annoying.
a very flat land. That's why it's great farming land. It's the breadbasket for the world, actually. But it's very flat, and there's nothing to stop a bullet but a body. There's no protection, no nothing, and what's happening there is far worse than people are reporting for both sides. So we're going to do our best, and we've been doing our best, and we'll see what happens. But since the election, I've been working every day to put the world at ease a little bit, to get rid of
France is
the
the
wars. We
largest
had no
producer
wars
of wheat in
when I
Europe.
left office, and now it's the
Ukraine
whole
is number
world is
3,
blowing
though.
up. But there's great optimism, and you saw that by SoftBank.
Russia.
Starting on day one, we'll
France.
implement a rapid series of bold
Germany,
reforms
United
to
Kingdom,
restore
then
our
Ukraine.
nation to full prosperity. We're going to go full prosperity and to build
It'll be
the
production.
greatest economy the world has ever seen, just as we had just a short time ago. We had it in my term. We had the greatest economy
You gotta fact check Trump
that the
all the
world
time,
had seen.
dude.
We were blowing away everybody. Our country was doubling up on China, doubling up on everybody, and everybody knows it. And then we had to slow it down with COVID, unfortunately, at the end. But even then, I gave it back with a substantial increase of the stock market, bigger than it was pre-COVID. So it was pretty amazing. Already preparations are underway to
That had
slash
to do.
massive numbers of job-killing regulations.
I need to pause him sometimes, dude, because I didn't have might have had a little bit to do with him, but it had primarily to do with people being at home. People were at home as COVID was going on. It allowed them to, like, people were quitting their jobs and playing with stocks, playing with crypto. Remember? It was wild, dude, because everybody was at home. So half of they'd work from home, and half the other time they'd have, or all the other time, they would just have their crypto screen up at the same time, just paying attention to it and trading. Everyone was a crypto expert back then. It was an interesting time, dude. That's why all that went up, dude. Everybody was also, Wall Street Bets was getting big. People were starting to pay attention to stocks more, also to meme stocks and shit. Right at the tail end of his, like, 2020, wasn't it?
Eliminating 10 old regulations for every new one. You put a new regulation on, you have to get rid of 10, and we'll be able to do it. And that was about the percentage we had. We cut more regulations than any president has ever cut by far.
And you know what? That right there is something I'm really going to be paying attention to during his presidency. I'm really going to be watching, see what he cuts. And if I think that, who am I? No, but who am I? Who are you? Like, we're the people that matter. We're the people that we need to be paying attention to what he cuts. What if he's cutting 10 regulations? Should we really be cutting those? We need to look at that. And he's gonna be able to be willy-nilly, dude, with this shit. So, because he doesn't have to worry about getting reelected. Dude, this is about to really be wild. It's already being wild. Did you see that interaction with him? Was that the president of Japan? Whoever it was, the dude was high up with Japan. I think it was the president. And it seemed like they were gonna go play golf later and have like a few, whatever they drink. He doesn't drink, you know, so whatever. Like, it looked like they were buds, man. I never saw that with Biden. I can't imagine seeing that with Harris. Everything felt fake with Harris. I mean, with Biden, it all felt like he was disconnected when he was talking to people. That right there felt amazing. It felt like they were like, "Hey, man, I know what you're talking about. We're good. We don't even speak the same language normally, but we're good, man." Like, that was interesting. Of course, maybe they went in there with that, like, "Hey, y'all got to really act like you're buddies or something. Like, let's really get this. Let's get the people loving it, you know." Or that was natural, or it could be either or. I don't know. It seemed natural.
Approximately 5 times. Some of those regulations, unfortunately, were put back on, but we'll catch up very quickly. We'll catch up with it. One of the things I'd like to ask the Biden administration, as you probably heard, there are 2 events that took place. We're talking about a friendly takeover, a friendly transition, as they like to say. This is a friendly transition, and it is, but there are 2 events that took place that I think are very terrible. One is that if people don't come back to work, come back into the office, they're going to be dismissed. And somebody in the Biden administration gave a 5-year waiver of that, so that for 5 years people don't have to come back into the office. It involved 49,000 people. For 5 years, they don't have to go. They just signed this thing. It's ridiculous.
Just now?
So it was like a gift to a union, and we're going to obviously be in court to stop it. The other thing is really terrible.
Wow.
We spent a tremendous amount of money in building the wall. The wall was designed specifically by the Border Patrol because it's very hard to climb. They need to have see-through. They need it to be steel because you can't cut. It's very powerful steel. It's very hard steel. It's a special type of steel, but very, very hard to cut. Inside the steel, as you know, we pour concrete, and that's a grade 10 concrete, which is a very strong concrete, very as though you were building about a 60-story building. It's very powerful concrete. They've made tremendous technology advances in the word concrete. Who would think that? But I know that from the construction industry. Today, what you can do with concrete is incredible. So we have a very strong concrete. And then we have
concrete. You say concrete one more time.
We put rebar inside the concrete. And the rebar, likewise, is very hard to cut. So it's a very expensive process, very expensive wall. And then we put a anti-climb plate on the top. You saw that, and I didn't like the look of it. But then when I watched, we had people testing. We had mountain climbers actually testing, and they were not able to get over the anti-climb plate. So I said, "All right, I guess we're going to put it on."
Mexicans definitely are able to get over
on
it.
top, which
They got the
I
special
never
hook
loved the look of it.
ladder.
It works so unbelievably well. You have to do it. So we spent a lot of money on building
wall's
it. and
good,
we have
but let's not
hundreds of miles
oversell
that we
it.
put up. A lot of people don't realize, but we did 571 miles of wall. That's why we had such good records. In addition to the fact that Mexico helped us with their military, they kept people out.
They were there,
and they were actually very good.
A lot of people didn't see that.
But now
It didn't make national news.
We ordered an additional 200 miles of wall. It's very expensive. And now it's about double the price of what it would have been 6 years ago. And the administration is trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, knowing that we're getting ready to put it up. And what they're doing is really an act.
It was a Biden thing, though, when the Mexican army was there, wasn't it?
They know we're going to use it. And if we don't have it, we're going to have to rebuild it. And it'll cost double what it cost years ago. And that's hundreds of millions of dollars, because you're talking about a lot of wall. I built much more than I said I was going to build.
That shit should come out of Biden's money. Him selling that wall like he did.
Some more, because it's sort of like water, people flow through, and that will pretty much really take care of it. And what happened is they just, as you see, they're trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
And that's really, that has nothing to do with a smooth transition.
Yeah, what
that
is
has
that?
to do with
some bullshit.
People really trying to stop our nation. And all it means really is that we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more. Not even talking about the time. Time would be pretty long.
You got to build it too again.
Hundreds of millions of dollars more on building the same wall that we already have.
Dude.
And people have already come back to us that have deals at 5 cents and 4 cents, and one guy at 3 cents on the dollar, and they offered to sell it back to us at more money than it cost us to build substantially. Can you believe it? So they make a deal with the United States to buy it for pennies, and then they call us and they say, "Do you want to buy it back? We'll sell it back to you for hundreds of dollars a foot." Hundreds of dollars, from pennies to hundreds of dollars a foot. And we can't let this take place. Now, we're going to go. I spoke with the Attorney General of Texas. I spoke to the senators of Texas. I spoke to a lot of people, and hopefully they'll be able to stop. We're going to be, having a restraining order. But just think about how ridiculous it is. And this is just people that don't want this country to succeed. And this has nothing to do with Democrat or Republican. This has to do with common sense. We won on common sense, and this is maybe
the Democrats
one of the most
that are doing it,
egregious
though.
Examples I've seen.
Bullshit.
So the people that are
Fuck
buying it
them.
or trying to buy it are trying to make a deal with us to sell it back at hundreds of
They're
times
Democrats
more.
too, probably.
Hundreds of times more
They're going to do
than we
that.
paid. And this is all because the Democrats. So I'm asking today, Joe
Democrats
Biden to
probably
please
sold
stop
it to themselves
selling the wall. We're
so
gonna
that
use
they could
that
sell it back.
to create a strong barrier.
Pigs.
And it worked. That's why our numbers were so good. It really worked, and it worked well. And it's very expensive to do. And I'm asking Joe Biden to stop his people from giving it away. It's something that people can't even believe is happening. So hopefully Joe will be able to stop it. We'll soon unleash American energy, and this will be done at levels not seen before, issuing quick approvals for pipelines, drilling, and other infrastructure. It'll be clean energy, and we'll
I say we should
bring in
start
the
extracting
price of
farts from
electricity. We're going to
people.
bring it down fast. We're also going to create clean coal. Clean
You
coal
ever think
is
about that?
something that
I can make something.
has really taken over. We have coal that will last for over 1,000 years. We have so
Hardly
much coal.
invasive at all.
And with a process, it
We even
becomes
notice it's
clean
there.
coal. It's very powerful energy, unlike wind. It's very, very powerful.
Well, we're
and
talking about
we're
wind
gonna be
here,
doing
too.
a lot of clean coal for the people of West Virginia and
Cook with
others,
it.
Wyoming, so many states. We have great states. And they'll be happy to hear it. But we're going to be
Hook 'em
very
up
much
to
into
cows'
clean
butts.
coal. I don't ever use the word coal. I use the word
You know
clean
what I'm
coal.
saying?
And
Collect
I'll keep my
cow
promise
farts
to pass
somehow
historic
in a
tax
tent
cuts for American
system.
families, workers, and businesses that create jobs in America. As you know, we're giving tax cuts if they do it here. We brought it down from 44%, 42%. In some cases, it was 39%. We brought it all the way down to 21%. And now we're bringing it down to 15%, but only if they make their product, their car, or whatever they're doing in the United States.
It's a very clean burning fuel,
and
you know.
People are thrilled. I've had the smartest people on Wall Street call me. They said, where did you get that idea? And it doesn't seem that complicated, right? But it's it's like the paper clip.
So you just have a
nobody ever thought of
system
it.
In
One guy thought of it. Everybody looked at it. They said,
collect it as it goes up.
That was a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? But we're bringing it down 6 more points, and that will put us really at the best level we've ever had for bringing in business. We've never been down to that level.
Is my organization,
we'll be among
actually.
the lowest taxed states, and a lot of businesses are going to come in. Between that and our taxing and tariff policies, we're going to have business like nobody's ever seen in this country before.
I've done
That's
the
why
research.
we're, having a 41-year record in optimism from small businesses and big businesses.
They produce more.
And I'll keep my promise to pass historic tax cuts for families,
organic compounds,
workers, and businesses that create jobs in America.
Else.
Any business that invests $1 billion or more in the United States will be eligible for fully expedited permits and approvals, including environmental approvals from the federal government. So when companies come in, if they're going to invest $1 billion or more, there'll be many of them, and they'll go into Detroit, and they'll go into a lot of places where we want them. You saw how well I did with the auto workers. We did unbelievably. You saw how well we did with the Teamsters, and also the non-union were record 98%, 97%. Nobody's ever got numbers like that because we're bringing business back, and they're all coming back. We lost them over years of stupidity, I call it. I call it the years of stupidity, the decades of stupidity. Through the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk has been working very hard with various people, including Vivek. We'll going to eliminate hundreds of billions of dollars of waste and fraud, and I can only tell you, I'll give you a little early report, they're finding things that you wouldn't even believe. So we're looking to save maybe $2 trillion, and it'll have no impact. Actually, it'll make life better, but it'll have no impact on people. It's not like we will never cut Social Security or things like that. It's just waste, fraud, and abuse. And we'll immediately restore the sovereign borders of the United States and stop illegal immigration, which is costing us, I believe, trillions of dollars a year. I think it's a cost that nobody's ever seen anything like it. I don't know how can you be satisfied releasing prisoners into the United States. Think of this. You're releasing prisoners from jails all over the world, not just in South America. From the Congo, I would talk about it all the time. They're a very big sender of people. But from all over the world, they're sending prisoners out of their jails. Some of their jails are empty, and they will be empty soon if this ever continued. I spoke with the president of Mexico, and as you know, I spoke with Justin Trudeau of Canada, and we told them it's not fair, not right. You can't let these people come into our country. And they understand. They're very much on notice. And they're going to have to stop this from happening. They're going to have to stop it. We lose a lot of money to Mexico. We lose a lot of money to Canada, tremendous amount. We're subsidizing Canada. We're subsidizing Mexico. That can't go on. And I get along with the people of Mexico and Canada very well, but we can't let that happen. Why are we supporting and giving other countries hundreds of billions of dollars? It's not fair. It's not right. And the people of Mexico and Canada fully understand that. We've talked about it before, but now we're doing something about it. We started, and then we had to fix the COVID situation, and that's what we did. But now we're doing it. We're doing it from the beginning. Howard will be largely in charge. We'll be working on it together. Howard's terrific. He's done a fantastic job, and he's really helped us a lot with transition. I think we have fantastic people coming in. So all of these policies will help us rapidly defeat inflation, create millions of new jobs, and put money in the pockets of the hardworking families of our country, pay off debt. We're going to be paying off a tremendous amount of debt. We're $36 trillion. You don't want to be there. And we're going to be using a lot of the money that we make. We're going to be opening up a lot of businesses are going to be pouring in because of our tax policy. And we're going to use the money that we made to pay off debt. and to reduce taxes. We're going to further reduce taxes. If you remember when we reduced them last time, that brought a tremendous amount. We brought it down to 21%, and that was the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, and nobody ever thought this would happen, but this is what's supposed to happen. We actually ended up taking in more revenue at 21 than we did at 40%,
21.
Which was pretty amazing. But this will be the most exciting and successful period of reform and renewal in all of American history, maybe of global history. The golden age of America, I call it. It's begun. So it's the golden age of America, and that's what it's going to be. And we hope we don't have any intervening problems, because things happen. Like out of nowhere came the China virus. Out of nowhere came other things we don't want to have. You know, when I left, we had no wars. We had no problems. The Middle East was good. We did the Abraham Accords. We did things that nobody thought were even possible. But think of it, 4 years ago, we had no wars. You didn't have Russia going into Ukraine. They wouldn't have done it. They weren't even thinking about it. When they saw what happened in Afghanistan, I think they gave them an idea, but they wouldn't have done it. They would have never gone. President Putin would have never gone in. And now you look at all those people are dead. All those cities are destroyed. You know, it's nice to say they want their land back, but the cities are largely destroyed. They've left Kiev because probably maybe they want to use it or occupy it, but they haven't done it. They've done a lot of damage, but relatively compared to the other cities, very little. But many of those cities are gone. Those beautiful towers, those beautiful buildings that they had are now laying on their sides, destroyed, totally destroyed. The turrets and all of the magnificent 1,000-year-old, 2,000-year-old structures that were very strong are blown to smithereens. You look at some of those cities and not one building standing. So, you know, when you say take over the country, take over what? Take over what? That's a 100-year rebuild. Take 100 years to rebuild it, and you can never have it the way it was. What a shame. It should have never happened. It would have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. Nor would Israel have happened with the attack on Israel. So we're inheriting big challenges at home and all over the world. Again, we had no wars. We had no problems. We had no inflation. We had it less than 1%. A perfect number. And then we had inflation, the likes of which I don't believe the country's ever seen inflation like that. They say 38 years. I don't know. I think it's probably ever. But we're going to take care of all of it. We're going to get the prices down by energy. The energy is going to come in. We have more energy than anybody else. We're going to use it. We don't have to buy energy from Venezuela when we have 50 times more than they do. It's just insane what we're doing. So we will not rest until America is richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. And we have a big head start. Last time we didn't. And last time we didn't know the people. We didn't know a lot of things. But by the time we got it up and going, it was incredible. Again, we built the greatest economy in history for that period of time. And we'll do it again, I believe, substantially more so. Because we understand, number one, the people of Washington. I know them. I didn't know any of them virtually. I relied on other people for recommendations. Some were very good recommendations. We had some great people. Bob Lighthizer, I thought, was great. We had a lot of great people. And but we had some people that I wouldn't have used in retrospect, and now I know them better than anybody, better than they know themselves. So once again, I'd like to thank Massa for what he's done with that investment, which will end up being $200 billion, I believe. But I just want to thank him. He's just an outstanding man. When you have that kind of brain power wanting to invest in this country, and that's money that he can't invest elsewhere. So that's a big investment, but makes me feel very good. Makes me feel that we're absolutely on the right track. So thank you to Massa, and we'll take a couple of questions. Yeah, please. Jeff.
Mr. President, you mentioned the wars. Can you tell us what you said to Prime Minister Netanyahu in your call on Saturday?
Yeah.
And have you spoken to President Putin since your election?
Well, I'm not going to comment on the Putin question, but I will comment on Bibi. We had a very good talk. We discussed what is going to happen, and I'll be very available on January 20th, and we'll see. As you know, I gave warning that if these hostages aren't back home by that date, all hell's going to break out, and very strong. But we generally just discussed. I asked him, where are things? Mike Waltz they're doing a great job, by the way. Everybody is very happy. I think he's doing a fantastic job. But he was very much involved in the call. But it was a recap call more than anything else.
President, do you have a target to stop the ban on TikTok next month?
Who?
How do you plan to stop the ban on TikTok next month?
We'll take a look at TikTok. You know, I have a warm spot in my heart for TikTok because I won youth by 34 points. And there are those that say that TikTok had something to do with that. Now, Joe Rogan did, and some of the other people that were recommended by my son Barron, he knew names. I said, who is that? Tell me, who's that? Dad, you got to be kidding. I can't believe you don't know. And I did those interviews, and it was actually sort of cute, if you want to know the truth. But we did them, and that had an impact. But TikTok had an impact, and so we're taking a look at it. But, you know, we won youth. Republicans are always 30 points down in youth. I don't know why, but we ended up finishing. There was one poll that showed us down about 30. We were 35 or 36 points up with young people. So I have a little bit of a warm spot in my heart, I'll be honest. Yes, President.
Are you entertaining the idea of preemptive strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities? Against Iran's nuclear facilities?
I couldn't tell you that. I mean, it's a wonderful question, but am I going to do preemptive strikes? Why would I say that? Can you imagine if I said yes or no? You'd say, that was strange that he answered that way. Am I going to do preemptive strikes on Iran? Is that a serious question? How could I answer a question like that?
An idiot.
In support of Israeli strikes on Iran's.
How could I tell you a thing like that now? It's just so you don't talk about that before something may or may not happen. You know, just I don't want to insult you. I just think it's just not something that I would ever answer having to do with there or any other place in the world.
President Trump. Time magazine interview. Can I ask, just clearly, do you believe there's a connection between vaccines and autism? Do you believe there's a link?
Well, I don't look. Right now, you have some very brilliant people looking at it. I had dinner the other night with the head of Pfizer, the head of Eli Lilly, and RFK, as you know, and Oz. And we had, and other people within the administration that are involved in the medical. And we're looking to find out, you know, if you look at autism, so 30 years ago I've heard numbers of like 1 in 200,000, 1 in 100,000. And now I'm hearing numbers of 1 in 100. So something's wrong. There's something wrong. And we're going to find out about it.
What about the
Can I follow up on Robert Kennedy? He's on the Hill today. He's meeting with senators. What do you say to people who are worried that his views on vaccines will translate into policies that will make their kids less safe?
No, I think he's going to be much less radical than you would think. I think he's got a very open mind, or I wouldn't have put him there. He's going to be very much less radical. But there are problems. I mean, we don't do as well as a lot of other nations, and those nations use nothing. And we're going to find out what those problems are. And another thing that came up, the dinner was fascinating because I had Bobby and I had, again, the head of Pfizer. You know who that is. He's a highly respected man who has run an incredible company. Likewise with Lilly, the top two people. And we had the head of the industry also. So all companies were represented. And I said, let's have it out now a little bit. And you know what came out of that meeting is that we're paying far too much because we're paying much more than other countries. And we have laws that make it impossible to reduce. And we have a thing called the middleman. You know the middleman, right? The horrible middleman that makes more money, frankly, than the drug companies. And they don't do anything except they're a middleman. We're going to knock out the middleman. I'm going to be very unpopular after that statement.
Mr. President,
I don't know who these middlemen are, but they are rich as hell. And we're going to knock out the middlemen. We're going to get drug costs down at levels that nobody has ever seen before. And that really, I tell you, we spent more time talking about that with Bobby and with the executives and Oz, all of them. We spent more time talking about that than anything else.
Thanks, President Trump. What about the polio vaccine?
Well, I'm a big believer in it, and I think everything should be looked at, but I'm a big believer in the polio vaccine, the Salk vaccine.
Do you think schools should mandate vaccines? Do you think schools should mandate vaccines?
I don't like mandates. I'm not a big mandate person. So, I was against mandates. Mostly Democrat governors did the mandates, and they did a very poor thing. It was, in retrospect, they made a big mistake having to do with the education of children. They lost like a year, 2 years of their lives. The mandate was a bad thing. I was against the mandate.
So is that something you'd want to...
Mr. President?
Yes, please.
Do you expect Ron DeSantis to appoint Laura Trump to Senator Marco Rubio's seat?
No, I don't. I probably don't, but I don't know. Ron's doing a good job. That's his choice. Nothing to do with me. Laura's unbelievable. I mean, she was incredible. The job she did at the RNC as chairman, along with Michael Whatley, the combination. But I can just speak for Laura. She is so highly respected by women. I mean, even her workout routines are through the roof. If she lifts 150 pounds, I don't know how the hell she does it. She's a bad example for men and women sports because I wouldn't be able to beat her, I don't believe. I'd try like hell. But, no, she's an incredible woman. And, it's funny. People oftentimes talk about nepotism. I never had, when I put her there, people said, how did you get her to do it? She could have run for the Senate in North Carolina. Ted Budd would be the first to say, and he wouldn't have run. Nobody would have run. And she just said, no, I want to really focus on my children. When the election, and my family, she has a great family, when the election started getting closer, I asked her, would she go to Washington and work on the, as chairman of the committee along with Michael Whatley. And they did such an unbelievable job. Especially on cheating, they stopped it, or at least they stymied it. Too big to rig, and we won in a landslide. We won tremendously. She did an amazing job. Now Ron is going to have to make, because Marco has been really a star already, and we haven't started, but we see signs of from some people, or very early we see signs of stardom, and Marco has done incredibly. He's sort of born for it. It was such an easy decision. The Marco decision was such an easy, but he leaves a vacancy in Florida, and Ron's going to have to make that decision, and he'll make the right decision. I also know that Laura's got so many other things. I mean, she's got so many other things. People want her to be on television. They want to give her contracts. Her predominant thought is our country and her family. Those are her thoughts. But she's got so many other things that she's talking about. He'll make the right decision.
Mr. President.
Should senators who oppose your nominees, your cabinet nominees, should they be primary?
If they are unreasonable, I'll give you a different answer, an answer that you'll be shocked to hear. If they're unreasonable, if they're opposing somebody for political reasons or stupid reasons, I would say has nothing to do with me. I would say they probably would be primaried. But if they're reasonable, fair, and really disagree with something or somebody, I could see that happening. But I do believe that if they're I think we have great people. I think we have a great group of people. Pam has been unbelievably received. You take a look, Pam Bondi. So many have been just unbelievably received. I think Pete Hegseth is making tremendous strides over the last week. He's going to be great. Look, he went to Princeton, he went to Harvard, he was a great student there, but he really was, from the first day I met him, all he wanted to talk about was military. He's just a military guy. I think it's a natural. This was my idea. And Pete Hegseth gave up a lot because he was going big places in Fox, big places, a lot of money. And he didn't even hesitate. When I said, do you want to do this? He said, absolutely. I said, if it doesn't work out, you'll never have the opportunity that you have right now in terms of the world of entertainment or business, whatever you want to call it. You'll never have that opportunity again. In fact, it could be just the opposite because it's nasty out there. He said, I don't care. I have to do it for my country. He gave up a tremendous amount. If this didn't work, it would be a tragedy. But that's what he loves. He loves the military. I never talked to him about anything else. He'd talk about the military. He'd come to see me about a soldier that was unfairly treated, and could I help? That's the only thing I virtually ever talked to him about. And I always remembered it. I've seen him many times, and I don't think I've ever had a subject on anything other than military with him. That's where his love is. And he didn't say, well, I'd like to think about it. I'd like to talk to my family. He said, not even a contest. And, you know, he was going through the roof over there. He was doing great. They have the #1 show that Saturday and Sunday with Will and Rachel. That was great chemistry. And if this didn't work out for him, it would be actually sort of tragic. Yeah.
Would you consider pardoning Eric Adams?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think that he was treated pretty unfairly. Now, I haven't seen the gravity of it all, but it seems, you know, like being upgraded in an airplane many years ago. I know probably everybody here has been upgraded. They see you're all stars, and they say, I want to upgrade that person from NBC. I'm going to upgrade him. And that would mean you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I don't know. Somehow, I mean, I'd have to see it because I don't know the facts. I think he was treated. You know, it's very interesting when he essentially went against what was happening with the migrants coming in. And, you know, he made some pretty strong statements like, this is not sustainable. I said, you know what? He'll be indicted soon. And I said it not as a prediction, a little bit lightheartedly, but I said it. I said, he's going to be indicted. And a few months later, he got indicted. So, yeah, I would certainly look at it. Yes.
Mr. President, can I ask you a question about the drones?
Troops in Syria. Are you planning on pulling them when you get into office, or will you?
Well, you know, we had 5,000 troops along the border, and I asked a couple of generals, so we have an army of 250,000 in Syria, and you had an army of 400,000. They have many more people than that. Turkey is a major force, by the way, and Erdogan is somebody I got along with great, but he has a major military force, and his has not been worn out with war. It hasn't been worn out with all of the other things. I mean, he's built a very strong, powerful army. And so we have 5,000 soldiers in between a 5 million person army and a 250,000 person army. And I asked the general, what do you think of that situation? He said, they'll be wiped out immediately. And I moved them out and I took a lot of heat. And you know what happened? Nothing. Nothing. I saved a lot of lives. Now we have 900. They put some back. But 900, if you're talking about two, now one of the sides has been essentially wiped out, but nobody knows who the other side is. But I do. You know who it is? Turkey. Okay? Turkey's the one behind it. He's a very smart guy. They've wanted it for thousands of years. And he got it. And those people that went in are controlled by Turkey. And that's okay. It's another way to fight. But no, I don't think that I want to have our soldiers killed. But I don't think that will happen now anyway because the one side's been decimated.
Mr. President, I want to ask you a question about the drones.
Are you concerned about more unrest in that region, or do you think it will calm?
Well, nobody knows what the final outcome is going to be in the region. You know, nobody knows who really the final. I believe it's Turkey, and I think Turkey is very smart. He's a very smart guy, and he's very tough. But Turkey did an unfriendly takeover without a lot of lives being lost. I can say that Assad was a butcher. What he did to children. You remember I attacked him with the 58 missiles, unbelievable missiles coming from ships 700 miles away, and every one of them hit their target. But I did that. That was the red line in the sand. Obama drew it, and then he refused to honor what he did. He said, if anybody goes across the red line, and Assad killed many more children after that, and Obama did nothing, but I did. I hit him with a lot of missiles. In fact, President Xi was sitting here the night he was in that dining room having chocolate cake. Remember the famous chocolate cake? But and that's when I explained what we were doing as the missiles were shot. And it was amazing as to precision because every one of those missiles hit its target from a long distance away. Had President Obama drawn the line and where it meant something, you wouldn't have even had Russia there. But in the end, I never understood why Russia went there. They were not getting very much out of it. But now their time is taken up with Ukraine, and we'd like to get them to stop on Ukraine, and Ukraine stop also. As you know, when I went to the cathedral, which was fantastic, the job that they've done in France, and the job that Macron, Emmanuel did a phenomenal job on the rebuilding of that cathedral. It's magnificent, and they did a great thing. And they had great respect for our country. They treated me, meaning I'm the country, I'm the representative of our country, and we were treated with great respect. And one of the people that came to pay his respects is, as you know, Ukraine, Zelensky. And he would like to have peace. He wants peace. Everyone's being killed. It's the worst carnage that this world has seen since World War II. I've had pictures of fields where bodies are lying on top of bodies. Looks like the old pictures of the Civil War, where just bodies are all over. Just if you saw those pictures, you'd feel more strongly about it. It's got to stop. And we're trying to get it to stop. Well, we're gonna see. We're going to be talking. We'll be talking to President Putin, and we'll be talking to the representatives, Zelensky, and representatives from Ukraine. We got to stop it. It's carnage.
What about the fear here at home of the drones?
Good to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Can you comment on the drones that are flying around New Jersey ports? It seems like the American people have a big disconnect.
The government knows what is happening. Look, our military knows where they took off from. If it's a garage, they can go right into that garage. They know where it came from and where it went. And for some reason, they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off saying what it is. Our military knows, and our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really, they happen to be over Bedminster. Want to know the truth? They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in Bedminster. I've decided to cancel my trip.
Have you received an intelligence briefing on the drones?
I don't want to comment on that.
Have you been?
Do you have any reason to think they're a threat?
Two quick questions. First, on vaccines, do you want RFK Jr. to revoke any vaccines?
No, I want him to come back with a report as to what he thinks. We're going to find out a lot. We're doing two things. We're going to have tremendous cost savings that will come out of this. That's a minimum. And we're also going to have, and I think, very serious discussions about certain things, whether it's pesticides. Europe doesn't use pesticides, and yet they have a better mortality rate than we do. They don't use pesticides. In fact, they use it as an excuse not to take our farm product. We spend billions and billions of dollars on pesticides, and something bad's happening. Again, you take a look at autism today versus 20, 25 years ago, it's like not even believable. So we're going to have reports. No, nothing's going to happen very quickly. I think you're going to find that Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing, you're not going to lose the polio vaccine. That's not going to happen. I saw what happened with the polio. I have friends that were very much affected by that. I have friends from many years ago, and they have obviously they're still in not such good shape because of it. And many people died. And the moment they took that vaccine, it ended. Dr. Jonas Salk did a great job, so I don't anticipate that at all. But we're going to look into finding why is the autism rate so much higher than it was 20, 25, 30 years ago. It's 100 times higher. There's something wrong, and we're going to try finding that. We're also going to find out why are we paying more than other countries. And we were in the process of doing that through transparency and other things. We were doing a good job in that first term, and we brought it down. We got the $35, all of the different things. We got, we were the ones that got all of that done. Every one of those things, we got them done. I said, I hope I win, because otherwise somebody's going to take a lot of credit for what we did. But now what happens is we're gonna have a big conversation on price. Why is it that Germany and UK and other countries are paying so much more for the same box of medicine made in the same plant, why is it that we're paying many times more? And I know the answer, because our government didn't do what they were supposed to do. And what I put in place was terminated unexpectedly by the Biden administration, and they shouldn't have terminated it. It would have had a huge impact.
And Mr. President, one quick question. On Ukraine, you mentioned that some of the areas are already decimated. Do you believe that Ukraine should cede territory to Russia?
Well, I'm going to let you know that after I have my first meeting. But a lot of that territory, when you look at what's happened to those, I mean, there are cities that there's not a building standing. It's a demolition site. There's not a building standing. So people can't go back to those cities. There's nothing there. It's just rubble. Just like when I knocked down a building in Manhattan, which is actually, this is worse, actually, because we do it step by step. This thing has just got demolished. And by the way, in those buildings are many people. Many people were in those buildings. You know, when they said the number in Ukraine is going to be a much higher number of death, is going to be a much higher number than you're hearing. You know, they're big buildings. That's what I did very well. And these are very long buildings. They're 15 to 20 stories high. They're massive buildings. I was surprised at how big.
The biggest buildings.
They're flattened like a pancake.
In the world.
1 or 2 bombs hit them and they just collapsed. And they'd say, nobody was hurt. Well, nobody knows who was in those buildings. There were a lot of people in those buildings. They're going to find that when they start doing the removal. Many more people are being killed in the Ukraine war with Russia than is being reported, and that includes soldiers. The soldiers are being, it's a carnage that we haven't seen since the Second World War. It's got to be stopped, and I'm doing my best to stop it. Yeah, please, go ahead.
You had a meeting with Mrs. Abe yesterday, but Japanese Prime
Mrs. Abe.
Mrs. Abe, yeah. And Japanese Prime Minister Shiba is hoping to have a meeting anytime soon.
I will do that. In fact, I sent him a memento. I sent him a book, the Prime Minister. But Mrs. Abe was very close with our First Lady, with Melania, and she loved Melania's book. And she called and wanted to know if she could have. I was very close to the Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe. He was great. He was a great man. And his wife wanted to know if it would be possible to have dinner. And it was just out of respect to Shinzo. And yes, I'd love to see the Prime Minister, and we will do that. I actually sent him a book and some other things for him through Mrs. Abe.
Will that happen before the inauguration day?
It could. If they'd like to do that, I would do that, yeah.
Sir, President Trump, just to clarify.
I have great respect for the position, and if he'd like to do that, I'd be here.
And if word that Ambassador to Japan will be George Glass, is that your final decision?
Highly respected man, that's right. Highly respected. He's been an ambassador before, did a fantastic job. We consider Japan very important. He's very highly respected. Okay, couple of
Which other world leaders have you invited to the inauguration? Which other world leaders have you invited to the inauguration?
The world leaders are calling me, and some really would like to meet. No, I mean literally, they're calling me, and I'll be seeing some of them. I think it's rude not to. I mean, it's hard to say I'm not going to see you, and I've spoken to way over 100 where they called to congratulate on not only the election but the size of the election, the extent of the victory, and they were great. I mean, I spoke to over 100 countries. You wouldn't believe how many countries there are. And I'm trying the best I can to get back to everybody, but there are a lot of countries, and every one of them, literally everyone called, and it was very nice. So, yeah, I'd see some if some felt it was an emergency. I've seen, as you know, I've seen President Zelensky. He came to France while I was there for the cathedral opening. They actually had about 70 presidents and prime ministers, and in one case, a king, we saw some great people. I also met with William, and I was very impressed by William. I think William is terrific. I was very impressed by William. As you know, I met with him, too.
Are you just
President Trump,
Did you invite Zelensky to the inauguration?
No, but if he'd like to come, I'd like to have him. I mean, I didn't invite him, no.
Are you disappointed Are you disappointed that China Xi won't be at the inauguration?
I don't know that he won't be at the inauguration. I mean, I haven't really spoken to him about it. I don't know that, actually. I would say that if he'd like to come, I'd love to have him. But there's been nothing much discussed. I have had discussions with him, letters, et cetera, at a very high level. You know, we had a very good relationship until COVID. COVID didn't end the relationship, but it was a bridge too far for me. But if he'd like to come, I'd certainly be. He hasn't, just so you understand, he hasn't said one way or the other. Because a lot of people say he won't come, he will come. People think he will come, he won't come. It's something we barely discussed, just about didn't discuss. But I have had, especially through letters, some very good conversations.
Have you had conversations with Venezuela?
You know, because China and the United States can together solve all of the problems of the world, if you think about it. So it's very important. And, you know, he was a friend of mine. I mean, he was here for a long time, right in that spot, except sitting in a very comfortable chair. He wasn't standing like you are. But we spent hours and hours talking. And, you know, he's an amazing guy.
Have you spoken to Venezuela?
The press hates when I say that, but he's an amazing person.
Have you spoken to anyone in Venezuela, sir? On the border. If I could just ask you on the border. Hold on one second, Gary. Real quick.
The United Healthcare shooting, the shooting of the CEO. Can you give us your thoughts about that? And what do you make of the reaction around the suspected shooter? Does that
I think it's a terrible thing. I think it's really terrible that some people seem to admire him, like him. And I was happy to see that it wasn't specific to this gentleman that was killed. It's just an overall sickness as opposed to a specific sickness. That was a terrible thing. It was cold-blooded, just a cold-blooded, horrible killing. And how people can like this guy is, that's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way it was done. It was so bad, right in the back. And very bad, very thing like that. You can't believe that some people, and maybe it's fake news. I don't know. It's hard to believe that that can even be thought of. But it seems that there's a certain appetite for him. I don't get it. Yeah, please.
Could you just comment on?
I want to expand on the defamation lawsuits. Could you see moving that to other people with individual platforms, social media influencers, people that
or newspapers? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I do. I think you have to do it because they're very dishonest. We need a great media. We need a fair media. We need, it's very important. And we need borders. We need walls, but we need borders and we need fair elections. You look at California, millions and millions of ballots were sent out. They're still counting the vote in California with the machines. They're counting the vote. If you had paper ballots, the votes would have been counted 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. No, you need fair elections, you need borders, and you need a fair press. And the press is, no, I see others. I have a few others that I'm doing. I'm going to, as an example, I'm doing this not because I want to. I'm doing this because I feel I have an obligation to. I'm going to be bringing one against the people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points, and it became the biggest story all over the world because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points. The farmers loved me, and I loved the farmers. And it was interesting the way she did it. She brought it down 2 weeks before. She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big story. But that was good because she brought it down from like 22 points to 4 or whatever the number was, way up. Way up, easy win. Never even thought to go there. I respect them, I love them, and they understand there's no reason to go there because she brought it from way up, walk away, which it was, and it turned out to be in the election too, by the way. It was a win by many, many points. And then she brought it down very smartly to 4 a couple of weeks before, and everyone said, wow, that's amazing. He's only up by 4 points. Then she brought it down to where I was down by 3 or 4, whatever number she used. And that was the Des Moines Register, and it was their parent. And in my opinion, it was fraud and it was election interference. You know, she's gotten me right always. She's a very good pollster. She knows what she was doing. And she then quit before. And we'll probably be filing a major lawsuit against them today or tomorrow. We're filing one on 60 Minutes, you know about that, where they took Kamala's answer, which was a crazy answer, a horrible answer, and they took the whole answer out and they replaced it with something else she said later on in the interview, which wasn't a great answer, but it wasn't like the first one. The first was grossly incompetent. It was weird. And that was fraud and election interference by their news magazine, a big part of CBS News. So as you know, we're involved in that one. We're involved in one which has been going on for a while and very successfully against Bob Woodward, where he didn't quote me properly from the tapes. And then on top of everything else, he sold the tapes, which he wasn't allowed to do. He could only use them for reporting purposes, not for sale purposes. And he admits that. And I think we'll be successful on that one. And we have one very interestingly on Pulitzer, because reporters at the New York Times, Washington Post got Pulitzer Prizes for their wonderful, accurate, and highly professional reporting on the Russia hoax. Well, it turned out to be a hoax, and they were exactly wrong. People, like many people, John Solomon, Sean Hannity's not for Pulitzer, but Sean Hannity got it right. Many people got it right. Tucker got it right. Jesse got it right. Laura got it right. Janine got it right. A lot of people got it right. They didn't get anything. They gave it to reporters that got it absolutely wrong. And now everybody admits it was a hoax. And I want them to take back the Pulitzer Prizes and pay big damages. And I think we're doing very well on that one. They have no excuse for it. They gave a Pulitzer Prize to writers that got Russia wrong. And so I think we're doing well. And I feel I have to do this. I shouldn't really be the one to do it. It should have been Justice Department or somebody else, but I have to do it. It costs a lot of money to do it, but we have to straighten out the press. Our press is very corrupt, almost as corrupt as our elections.
Are you worried about Venezuela? Sir, have you had any discussions with Venezuela?
For January 6th defendants, you had said in the first few minutes of your administration you want to issue pardons for January 6th defendants. Does that include, will that be a blanket pardon? Does that include
Well, you'll find
everyone?
out, but it's going to go quickly.
And just to follow up on your
Have you had any discussions, sir, with in terms of your mass deportation plans, have you had any preliminary discussions with countries like Venezuela, from where the Tren de Aragua gang is now popping up?
They'll take them back.
They're going to take them back?
They're all taking them back, yep. And if they don't, they'll be met very harshly economically. Okay, they'll all take them back. You know, Venezuela and other countries were not behaving very well with us during my administration, and within 24 hours they were behaving very well. They'll all take them back.
And separately, can I ask a follow-up
Jeff?
on that?
Nice to see you, Jeff. This is like the old days, right?
Nice to see you.
You look much better now than you did 4 years ago. What are you doing? What's he doing? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. The first day you just mentioned that you're in office, I imagine you've got some executive orders that you're going to go through. Can you tell us what
We'll have a lot. Well,
what are your priorities?
I'll bet you could tell. You could say as well as I could. We will have many executive orders and other things that we'll be signing on the first day.
And you also, just going back to my initial question about the Middle East, you said that your conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu was kind of a review. Did you repeat
We just had a very good conversation. And, you know, the real conversations will start on the 20th. But we had a really good conversation, and I think we're going to be in a good place in the Middle East. I think the Middle East will be in a good place. I think actually more difficult is going to be the Russia-Ukraine situation. I see that as more difficult.
When you say there will be
I don't think they should have allowed missiles to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing. And that brought the Koreans in, you know, North Korea, another man I get along with very well. I'm the only one that does. But that did a lot of bad things. I don't think that should have been allowed. Not when there's a possibility, and certainly not just weeks before I take over. Why would they do that without asking me what I thought? I wouldn't have had them do that. I think that was a big mistake they made.
Will you reverse that decision when you're in office to let those
I might, yeah.
missiles be
I thought it was a very stupid thing to do.
And when you say,
Do you have any reaction to
just one last one on
Cross?
this, when you When you say that there will be hell to pay if the hostages are not released before January 20th, what does that mean?
Well, they're going to have to determine what that means. But it means it won't be pleasant.
Mr. President,
It's not going to be pleasant, yeah?
How was your meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook, and did you talk about tariffs in that meeting?
Meeting with who?
Apple CEO Tim Cook.
I did have dinner with Tim Cook. I had dinner with sort of almost all of them, and the rest are coming. And this is one of the big differences, I think, between, we were talking about it before, one of the big differences between the first term. In the first term, everybody was fighting me. In this term, everybody wants to be my friend. I don't know. My personality changed or something. But I had, as you know, I had Sundar from Google, but I also had Sergey. Nobody reported that. Sergey is the owner, the primary owner, along with his friend, as you know. And Sergey was here also. I can't believe you didn't pick that one up. Nobody picked that up. But I will tell you, no, it's a big difference. The big difference is that the first time everybody was fighting me on all fronts. And we had a great administration. We got the biggest tax cuts in history. I rebuilt the military. Too much of it was given away to Afghanistan, stupidly given away, horribly given away. I think that's one of the reasons that Putin went in to Ukraine when he saw the stupidity of Milley and these guys. They're stupid people, very stupid people. If they didn't do such a bad, we were pulling out of Afghanistan, but I would have pulled out with dignity and strength. They wouldn't be having parades, I guarantee you, showing our equipment that they left behind, because we weren't going to leave any equipment behind, not 10 cents. We were going to take every screw and every bolt. Yeah, the biggest difference is that people want to get along with me this time. Well, they've gone through 4 years, and, it wasn't easy for me, but it wasn't easy for them either. And that's a great thing, though. Getting along is a great thing. So Tim Cook was here. I think he's done an incredible job at Apple, and he talked about the future of Apple. It's going to be a bright future. But we have many others also, and not in that business. And we do have Jeff Bezos, Amazon, coming in sometime during the week. Look forward to that. We have a lot of great executives coming in. The top executives, the top bankers, they're all calling. And honestly, in the first, I don't know what it was. It's like a complete opposite. In the first one, and the press has covered that fairly, actually, for change. The first one, they were very hostile. And maybe it was my fault, but I don't really think so. They were just very right from the beginning. And this one is much less hostile. It's really the opposite of hostile.
Can I get your reaction?
Well, you're free to give up a
sir. I know that you had some, I believe, involvement 18 years ago with the students at Duke accused of rape in the lacrosse. Now we have this development.
I thought it was a hoax when it happened, the Duke situation. I didn't believe the woman, as you know. And they destroyed the lives of these kids. They destroyed, and I don't care what they got. Their lives have been destroyed. Their lives have been shortened by what took place. And now the woman admitted that it never happened. That is a horrible. And as you know, I took a lot of heat when I said that this did not happen. And those kids were beautiful kids with beautiful families, and they were, in some cases, will never be the same. They will never be the same.
Have you talked to them by chance?
Your thoughts on the Postal Service? You mentioned Bezos a second ago, and I've always thought Bezos would be a key person to go in there and really streamline the logistics of the post office, but they lose billions.
Well, there is talk about the Postal Service being taken private. You do know that. Not the worst idea I've ever heard. It really isn't. It's a lot different today with between Amazon and UPS and FedEx and all the things that you didn't have. But there is talk about that. It's an idea that a lot of people have liked for a long time. We're looking at it. I think we're looking at that along with a lot of other. Any questions for Howard, by the way? Commerce.
Sure, I'll ask one. Mr. Secretary, do you see another trade deal with China coming?
I think the president...
That's a tough one, right?
Yeah. Oh, it's easy for me. You're sitting next to me, so it's okay. No, the president has a very clear agenda for tariffs. And I think reciprocity is something that is going to be a key topic for us. How you treat us is how you should expect to be treated.
Would you like to weigh in, sir, on
You
that?
said it so well, reciprocal. If they tax us, we tax them the same amount. They tax us. Forget it just for a second about the word tax. They tax us, we tax them. And they tax us, almost in all cases, they're taxing us, and we haven't been taxing
Is that
them.
deal already underway? Is there a deal already underway with respect to that?
Let's just say this, we're going to make great deals, and we have all the cards. And until I came along, don't forget, and Howard was going over the numbers with me last night, we took in $600 billion and more in taxes and tariffs from China. No other president took in 10 cents, not 10 cents, not 10 cents. And no, we're going to be doing things. We're going to be treating people very fairly. But the word reciprocal is important because if somebody charges us, India, we don't have to talk about own. If India charges us 100%, that we charge them nothing for the same, they send in a bicycle and we send them a bicycle. They charge us 100 and 200. India charges a lot. Brazil charges a lot. If they want to charge us, that's fine, but we're going to charge them the same thing. That's a big
worried
thing.
about
And you know what? The senators, some of them aren't necessarily business people. When I give that to them, they say, that sounds fair to me.
Are you concerned that tariffs might hurt the stock market rise that you've been seeing in the economy more broadly?
Make our country rich. Tariffs will make our country rich.
But won't they raise prices?
Properly used. No, well, I didn't have any inflation, and I had massive tariffs on a lot of things. We put tariffs on steel. If I didn't put tariffs on steel, 50% and more, they were dumping steel in, China and others. I put tariffs on, and it stopped, and we took a fortune. We made a fortune on it. Tariffs, properly used, which we will do, and being reciprocal with other nations, but it'll make our country rich. Our country right now loses to everybody. Almost nobody do we have a surplus with. There are a couple of countries, and they're embarrassed by it, but almost nobody. And tariffs will make, I always said, to me, tariffs, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. It'll make our country rich. You go back and look at the 1890s, 1880s, McKinley, and you take a look at tariffs. That was when we were at our proportionately the richest.
Mr. President, did you get to a good spot?
Back on Ukraine, Mr. President. What should Zelensky, if anything, be prepared to give up to end this
He
war?
should be prepared to make a deal. That's all. Got to be a deal. No, got to be a deal. Too many people being killed. That is a war that's hard. Too many people. Got to make a deal. And Putin has to make a deal. What deal? Putin has to make a deal, and Putin would have never gone in if I was president. If I was president, we wouldn't have had inflation. Our oil prices would have been lower. I had a good relationship with Putin. He would, despite the Russia hoax, which made it more difficult. If we had that election, if it were an honorable election, we wouldn't have had any of the problems that we're talking about right now. Putin would have never got in.
You said that you could make that deal before you take office. Do you still think you could make that deal?
I'm going to try.
Will you ask Putin to give up Assad?
Well, I hadn't thought of it. I think we have to get on with our lives. We'll have to see what happens. But right now, Syria has a lot of, there's a lot of indefinites. Nobody knows what's going to happen with Syria. But I think Turkey is going to hold the key to Syria, actually. I don't think you've heard that from anybody else, but I've been pretty good at predicting. I want to thank you all, and we're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Simon, stop licking that. Oh, what?
Induct you into the Labor Hall of Honor.
What is this?
Powerful it is to be part of this celebration. For someone who, to me, is an unsung hero in our national story, who has inspired millions of women, millions of workers, and is directly responsible for so many of the rights and benefits we have as working people today across this country. Now, I think about Frances Perkins a lot, a glass ceiling breaker, someone who has opened doors for people like me to have a seat at that leadership table. She gave this great speech at the American Association of University Women in 1939. She was 6 years into her role as the Secretary of Labor, first woman, of course, cabinet member, we know. It was at the tail end of the Depression, and the New Deal had been implemented. And as she went to the stage, she pulled out this little handwritten note that she had written actually 8 years earlier. And it had scribbled down on this little, you can imagine this piece of paper, a list of ideas that at the time she thought would be good for policymakers to consider. She thought the government should think about shorter working hours, right? Higher wages, help for the elderly and unemployed, abolishing child labor, measures for industrial safety, and the right to organize a union and bargain collectively. Those ideas that as she gave that speech were all now a reality. And she said they were made possible because at no point did anyone in the administration say, we're satisfied. That's good enough. President Roosevelt, Secretary Perkins, every worker who stood with them, they kept fighting. And as Frances Perkins said in that speech, and I quote, "A healthy discontent keeps us alert to the changing needs of our time." President Biden, since you were first coming up in the Senate, you've led with that same spirit that Frances Perkins was talking about. That ability to say, we are not satisfied. That's not good enough for workers and families all over this country. They deserve dignity. They deserve respect. They deserve a fair shot. Because of you and Acting Secretary Julie Su and this team, we have taken massive steps forward these last 4 years. For the first time in history, a president of the United States stood with union members on a picket line. We have seen a Department of Labor that actually works for working people. We've seen overtime expand and non-competes banned and generational investments in this country that are creating millions of good union jobs. Nothing short of amazing. It's a historic record. And we're going to move forward with that same healthy discontent that Secretary Perkins spoke about. We're going to defend that record and fight to build on it every single day. And I am so honored now to introduce someone who has led the Department of Labor in a way that Secretary Perkins would be damn proud of. She has taken the fight to anyone who tries to exploit working people. She has stood with our unions. She has turned DOL into a true house of labor. Yeah. And all just say I have watched her, and I have seen how she has helped, navigate through conflict all across this country. When we've seen workers rising up in historic numbers, she has been there and helped with contract fights and settle strikes and really delivered for working people. So with that, it is my great honor to introduce Acting Secretary of Labor, Julie Su.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Thank you, and thank you so much to President Schuler. On a day that we are talking about history-making women, it is phenomenal to have worked alongside you and to have had a front row seat to your history-making leadership. And I also want to thank my friend and colleague, Secretary Deb Haaland, for making the announcement about this monument here at the Frances Perkins Building today. So this is no ordinary day at the Department of Labor. Not only because we honor Frances Perkins, by all accounts, the most consequential labor secretary our country has ever seen, but this day is really special because we are also doing something else. So today, we are at the Department of Labor. We are honoring a Secretary of Labor with all of you, dozens of labor leaders and labor organizers and our labor champions in Congress. And so it's really no surprise to anybody who knows President Biden that we are doing this here today all together. It's sort of like that commercial about Reese's peanut butter cups. President Biden and labor just go together. Now, Mr. President, you have made history time and time again with your commitment to working people. And while you are here to honor one of my predecessors, we're here to induct you into the Labor Hall of Honor. Now, the Hall of Honor is how we acknowledge the labor heroes of America. And as we reflect on your legacy, Mr. President, the way that you always had workers' backs, the way that you put workers first, there is really no one like you. My fellow cabinet members know this, but in the Oval Office across from your desk, you hung a portrait of Franklin D. Roosevelt, of course, the president that named Frances Perkins labor secretary. And Frances Perkins was no bystander to history. She lived at its fiery edge. She witnessed the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire in 1911, a horror that took 146 garment workers' lives, mostly immigrant women and girls. And it was there, in the ashes of that tragedy, that she made the decision to devote her life to justice for workers. And it's a reminder that how we use our power matters. Now, President Biden promised to be the most pro-worker, pro-union president this country has ever seen. And he has gotten up each day and delivered on that promise. Never before has a president wielded the power of the office so unapologetically on behalf of the people who break their backs, building our bridges, teaching our children, picking our crops, nursing our sick, making the things we rely on, connecting our communities, and making our country function. And never before has a president so thoroughly dismantled the rusty machinery of trickle-down economics. The decades-long con that has told working people to just be patient while CEOs got rich. We know who's in the room today, obviously. Mr. President, you haven't just spoken about being pro-worker, you have acted on it every single day. From the outset, you told Amazon warehouse workers from Bessemer, Alabama to Staten Island, New York, that the right to organize was theirs, full stop, without interference, without coercion, and without the corporate bullying that's all too common. As President Schuler already mentioned, you are the first sitting president to walk a picket line, a sitting president throwing his weight behind labor's most fundamental first principle of the way to exercise power and resistance. You have protected workers' wages and benefits and made it clear that federal dollars are not blank checks. That under your watch, unprecedented federal investments in infrastructure, manufacturing, clean energy, and our environment don't just repair roads and replace pipes and build factories, but build lives by creating good jobs that sustain families and communities. This is not empty rhetoric or fleeting gestures. These actions are seismic. When you said unions make America strong, it mattered. And today, unions are more popular than they have been in my lifetime. Maybe even in yours, Mr. President. Since you came to office, union election petitions have doubled and 400,000 workers have joined a union for the first time. Pensions that were on the brink of collapse have been salvaged, allowing workers to retire with security and dignity, the security and dignity that they earned. Under your leadership, worker fatalities and injuries are down, and employers who hire children to do dangerous jobs know not on your watch. Under your leadership, the department and the National Labor Relations Board have roared back to life, enforcing laws with the ferocity that workers deserve. NLRB Chair Lauren McFerrin and General Counsel Jennifer Abruzzo, thank you for showing how that is done. Under your leadership, you said that a worker-centered president should have a worker-centered trade strategy. And U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai showed us how that is done. You've said again and again, collective bargaining works. And on your behalf, I have been at the bargaining table more times than several of my predecessors combined. We've set a new standard, not just for the number of collective bargaining agreements that we've helped achieve, but the nature of our engagement. We come to the table not to pressure parties to come to an agreement, but to achieve outcomes that value workers for what they are worth. When dock workers on the East Coast and the West Coast were negotiating their contracts, a lot of people said, invoke Taft-Hartley, the way your predecessors have done in the past. In fact, when companies said to me, just use Taft-Hartley, this president did it, I would look them in the eye and say, do you know who my boss is? That is not going to happen. And under your watch, workers from auto workers to airline flight attendants, from hospitality to healthcare, from actors and writers to machinists to longshoremen have won record contracts. And those gains, most of them are locked in for the next 4 years or more. Under your leadership, Mr. President, workers organizing has been seen not as a threat to democracy, but the beating heart of democracy. So, thank you, Mr. President, for your courage, for your clarity, and your unwavering commitment to the simple but revolutionary idea that workers deserve their fair share. Thank you for nominating me 2 years ago to be your Secretary of Labor, and for entrusting me and the people who work in the Francis Perkins building with the profound responsibility to help you deliver on your promise to the working people across this country. That you saw them, you heard them, and you were going to fight for them. Only under your leadership would the things that we've accomplished even be possible or imaginable. And the story of that generational impact has still yet to be fully told. To me, the Hall of Honor is about making sure that those who have shaped our country's labor history are forever enshrined for all to see and to learn about. I have inducted working people, farm workers, garment workers, LGBTQ workers into the Hall of Honor. Those workers have changed the course of history. And today, it is a point of immense personal and professional pride to induct the best advocate and ally these workers have ever had. Scranton Joe, Union Joe, President Joseph R. Biden, the 46th President of the United States.
Seems like there's been an Asian female in the position before. Under Barack Obama and under Bush.
It's a good day.
I like to have women in this position for some reason.
Thank you, Acting Secretary Sue. I had no choice. My grandfather come down from heaven if I didn't do this.
George H.W. Bush put the first... No, Reagan put the first woman into the position. Reagan did.
It's an incredible honor. I really mean that. And I want to thank Acting Secretary Sue and the Department of Labor for his incredible honor. You know, I measure the importance of any award I ever received based on the character and consequence of the organization that's bestowing it. And the Department of Labor is an organization of character and consequence. And I'm honored. I'm honored to be joined today by leaders of character and conscience. Many of you sit right here in the front row, half my cabinet's here. I want to thank all the labor leaders here today, including Liz and the AFL-CIO, members of the cabinet, including Interior Secretary Deb Haaland. You know, you talked about that list that the secretary brought in her pocket when she met with Trump, with Roosevelt. Trump, Freudian slip.
Oh, did he really?
I think she had a relative she left behind.
Actually, going to say Trump?
Would you stand up, Madam Secretary, Secretary of Interior?
What did you say?
I've been around a long time. With the secretary brought in her pocket when she met with Trump. With Roosevelt. Trump, Freudian slip. And I think she had a relative she left behind. Would you stand up, Madam Secretary, Secretary of Interior?
Got Trump on the mind.
I've been around a long time. She's the only secretary I've ever worked with or had working for me. And when I say that's done, she said, no, we have this to do now. Thank you, kiddo. Look, you know, former Labor Secretary who's now in the White House Senior Advisors Corps is Tom Perez. Tom, thanks for sticking with me. And members of Congress, including Maine Senator Angus King and Shirley Pingree, where are you guys? It's all over here. Okay, there you go. And by the way, last night we were doing a Christmas event at the house, and I get finished talking to a group of folks from labor, and my wife said, and by the way, his wife's a member of a labor union too. I'm Joe Biden's husband. She's not here today, but she's been a long-time union member of the National Education Association. And it's fitting, with all these powerful women here, that we're gathered at headquarters of the Department of Labor. Named after one of America's greatest labor leaders, now that's not hyperbole, Frances Perkins. You know, we're honored to be joined by her grandson, Tomlin. Where are you, Tomlin? Thank you, Bud. Saturday, March 25th, 1911. Frances sat down for afternoon tea at her home with a close friend from New York City. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a distant screams and sirens. The building was in flames. Her instinct was to run to the scene. As she approached the fire and smoke, she recognized the Triangle Shirt Factory, a company that employed hundreds of workers, mostly immigrants and women who worked long hours, crammed into tight quarters, where managers locked them inside to make clothing. In an instant, those workers are trapped in a brutal blaze with no safe exit. Some workers forced to climb out the windows, holding on for dear life until their fingers gave out. Others just jumped, prayed and jumped. A total of 150 lives were lost that day. It was the deadliest industrial disaster in American history. Frances was devastated, but that fire ignited a passion in her and strengthened her resolve to fight even harder for working Americans and working families. In her decades of service, she became a fierce defender of unions and workers' rights.
It's wild, though, that that was legal.
The New Deal, the first woman cabinet secretary, With
the company got in trouble.
On that a little bit. Because I know what my family's like. All the really bright people in my family are women. And the longest serving Secretary of Labor in American history. God love you. And the story goes, after Franklin Roosevelt asked her to become his labor secretary, Frances Perkins immediately responded by outlining her goals, what she wanted done. She said, I want unemployment relief, overtime pay, child labor laws, minimum wage, workers' compensation, national health insurance, and Social Security. Many of the benefits we take for granted as a consequence of Frances' dedication, insight, and courage. But that, can you imagine walking up to Roosevelt saying, here, I'll take the job, but here's the deal, man. Let's get this straight. Like I said, a little bit like when I asked Frances to do my job. Hard-fought battles with Teamsters and, you know, at her, a real testament to her skill as an advocate for public service. An example that through the Fair Labor Standards Act, she cemented the idea that if you're working a full-time job, you shouldn't have to live in poverty. A simple proposition. If you work a little extra, you should have extra money for overtime. Not a crazy idea. Some even argue about it now. Frances understood what my dad taught me. And you've heard me say this 1,000 times, but he really would say this. He said, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's my dad. In fact, during her 12 years in office, she accomplished everything on her list except expanded health care for health insurance. It took 65 years later and a guy named Barack Obama and I to get the Affordable Care Act passed. But thank God all of us here protected and expanded the Affordable Care Act. Look, it's clear that Frances Perkins and a generation of activists and labor leaders laid the groundwork for much of what we've accomplished in the last 4 years. We're fundamentally transforming the economy by breaking an economic orthodoxy that has failed this nation for generation after generation, in my view. Trickle-down economics, the notion that if the wealthy do very, very well, a little trickle off their tables, onto our kitchen table. My dad used to say, nothing ever trickled on my table, honey. No, I'm serious. My dad was a really well-read man who didn't get to go. He went accepted to Johns Hopkins, but during the war he never got to go. But my dad was a well-read guy. Well, you know, the primary benefits for the very wealthy and biggest corporations were trickle-down economics. And that didn't do much for working people in the middle class and left too many people behind. Together we built an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because we know this simple truth. Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America. And unions built the middle class. That's a fact. In fact, as the Secretary of Treasury will tell you, I asked her to do a study because I was going to get hit because I knew they'd say by having unions increase in their numbers and their wages go up, we were going to cost people things. Guess what? The study the Treasury did show that when unions do well, all workers do well, union and non-worker, across the board. It matters, it works, it's fair. Kamala and I are so proud of the great job creation record of any, actually the greatest job creation of any single president in a single term. Over 6 million new jobs so far, including 1.5 million manufacturing and construction jobs. Good paying jobs you can raise a family on, don't have to require a 4-year degree. And get this, there are more women, especially mothers in the workforce, than ever before in American history.
More women. Heck yeah, get them out there working and in the kitchen.
We're so damn proud to protected pensions.
You know what's funny? It's his administration that made it so women have to go to work at the same time as their man.
When I signed the Bush-Lewis Act. You know, think about that. Imagine what the average American would say if you were going to do that with their Social Security, which this guy wants to do. Imagine if he said your pension, you can't count it anymore. In addition, we've recovered more than $1 billion in back wages and damages for over 600,000 workers here in America. We push for a right to a living wage and your right to overtime pay. Jobs and factories are coming back home to America because we invested in an American agenda. We're modernizing American infrastructure. Last guy had the job, he had infrastructure week every week. Didn't build a damn thing. Well, guess what? We built a lot, and guess what's coming? Look, folks, one of the things that is frustrating, I knew this was going to happen because I've been around a long time. I talked over to the Secretary of Agriculture and other places. Guess what? All the things, we have $1.4 trillion in economic and infrastructure growth. That's thousands of good-paying jobs. The CHIPS and Science Act, investing billions of dollars, building these fabs that are going to house hundreds of people working, thousands. They're going to be getting paid about an average $102,000 a year and don't need a college degree. So much is going on. But it's going to take a little bit of time. But we got to make sure to protect the onslaught that's going to come, because it's hard to see right away. And by the way, I know I got criticized by putting as many of these programs in red states as blue states. Actually more. Well, guess what? The red state guy screwed it up. And we got a benefit. We represent all of America. Not just blue America, not just Democrats, but all of America. Look, as we do all this, we're buying America, using American workers, using American products. And we're standing up to American steelworkers against China's unfair trade practices.
Oh, they are now.
A National Labor Relations Board that actually believes in unions, has pro-union members on the board. James Nelson. And a special thank you to the chair of the board, Lauren McFerrin. Where are you, Lauren? Thank you, Lauren. Don't be so shy. Stand up. Let everybody see you.
Dude, Outlaw's getting weird, man. You see this new one you just uploaded? We got to watch it in a second.
There's no accident that petitions to form unions have doubled under my presidency.
Yeah, it's because people are getting fucked over.
For walking the picket line. It never crossed my mind not to walk the picket line. No, I'm serious. I didn't think it was any big deal. Walked a lot of picket lines. In fact, I was president. I hadn't thought about that. Let Pamela walk the picket line. We support the right to fair contracts. Here's one, that doesn't get enough attention. When workers in sectors like construction, manufacturing, mining inhale toxic silica dust on the job, it can lead to lung cancer and other deadly diseases. It's been a major problem for decades, even under Secretary Perkins. She led an investigation, but despite the science, big business blocked the regulation. But not on our watch, not on your watch. With your help, we carried Francis Mantle and issued a rule that finally reduces such dangerous exposure. And by the way, our Secretary of Veterans Affairs is sitting in front of me here. They're really good guys. I really mean it. What we not only did for the Chips and Science Act, and then we went and made sure we were going to take care of veterans. We said all those folks in my generation exposed to Agent Orange couldn't prove that their illness was a consequence of it. And all those like my son's generation that exposed to toxic burn pits in Iraq and other places, that it's assumed that my son came back, for example, with stage 4 glioblastoma, more brain injuries than anything else. And guess what? They're entitled to the benefits that they were going to get if they had not lost their lives. Their families. And to ad lib here a little bit, I think the American people are beginning to figure out all we're doing is basically decent and fair. Just basically decent and fair. We have a lot of sacred obligations. I got in trouble for saying this before. But we only have one truly sacred obligation: to prepare those we send into harm's way and prepare for them and their families when they come home. And that's a simple proposition. Finally, that's happening. What you got, another 1 million now? 1 million you're taking care of. Make no apologies. I'm so damn proud of that. Look, folks, in our 4 years together, we made historic investments that have changed the course of the nation's future and will have a lasting impact for decades to come. And I'm here to say, to state the obvious, we could not have done this without the dedicated professionals here at the Department of Labor and all across this administration. Could not have done it. And I'm damn proud to be known as the most pro-labor administration in American history, because we are. We are. We make no apologies. Look, let me close with this. Francis Perkins once said, "The people are what matter to government, and the government should aim to give people, all people, under its jurisdiction, the best possible life." The best possible life. For my dad, it was a simple proposition.
Yeah, reparations.
Everybody deserves a shot. No guarantee, but a shot.
Where's my mule
deserves a shot. All of you have helped upheld that vision.
Hey, mule.
Putting people first, no matter who they are. Another important legacy of our administration, making sure we learn from history. Lift up stories that often have gone untold. Earlier this year, during Women's History Month, I signed the first ever executive order on recognizing and honoring women's history to increase representation of women in historic sites all across America. Today, I'm proud to stand here.
What the fuck, man?
Perkins Building.
Hold on.
Of the Labor Department.
Are women like disproportionately represented in our statues in the world or in America or some shit? Like, what is that DI bullshit? Oh, sir, we only have a 20% now. Female statues. We need to have 50-50 because there's 50% women here. We got to have 50% statues. Like,
to designate Francis Perkins Homestead in Newcastle, Maine, a national monument.
Sir, we have one too many male statues this month. We got to put another female one up. It's only fair. Everything's got to be fair. America's fair. Capitalism isn't known for being fair, is it?
Also going to be announcing 5 new National Historic Landmarks to honor women's contributions to American history. It includes Charleston Cigar Factory, excuse me, where black women led worker strike that opposed gender and racial discrimination, advocated for better pay for working conditions. Look.
Holy shit. That's water.
So many people want to rewrite history or ignore it.
This motherfucker. Yeah, your people are known for erasing history and rewriting history by deleting it, deleting the statues and putting up statues of women instead. Yeah, that'll make everything better.
Make sure we record history. Record history. The good, bad, and different. Who we are.
They fucking delete history, dude. They make their own.
Indian country and apologize for what we did to Indian Americans, for the schools we made them go to and took them right off the reservations for their parents. Throughout our history, women's vision and achievements have strengthened this nation, to state the obvious.
Dude, we gave the Native Americans, their tribes were giving shit to, if their chiefs ended up using it to buy a casino and they're not giving back to the people like they should be of the tribe, it's not our fucking fault. That's how their tribe was going to work anyway. That's like acting like when white people came here and started killing Native Americans, like we were the originators of killing off the Native Americans. They were killing each other long before we came here.
I've kept my commitment to have an administration that looks like America.
We just expedited the process.
Senior access all across the board, starting with my amazing Vice President Kamala Harris. It's about time we honor them in building an American Women's Museum and History Museum on the Mall. And the Women's Suffrage National Monument on the National Mall. And by the way, it's time for Congress to move and authorizing that legislation moving forward. They should do it now before this Congress ends.
Yeah, put George Floyd next to Abraham Lincoln.
Folks, our administration is coming to an end, but our work continues. We get up. We keep going. We keep the faith. I know I will. I know you will. Just remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And now, I will sign the proclamation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You signing some shit? Man, he's doing all kinds of shit before he leaves, isn't he? Is this something else that Trump's gonna have to unsign once he gets in office? I'm gonna have to go and undo it. Upset all these fine people. Huh.
Okay. We got a few more people.
Oh, really? Where's the list at?
Ready? Okay, we're good. Got everybody? Yes.
Dude, like if I went to Denny's or something and had a breakfast, and I didn't have my vegetables the way I have, I have a huge bowl of vegetables at breakfast. I wouldn't enjoy it as much. It really adds to it, the freshness of all the veggies. Makes it delicious. Come on, man. Immortal Al, welcome. Breakfast is actually the most healthy thing I eat every day. Lots of pepper, plain oatmeal. I do put some salt on the oatmeal though. And then eggs, but so it's eggs cooked in avocado oil. Japanese mayo, a little sriracha, and a bunch of veggies. It's definitely the most healthy meal I eat, because then I go into like eating chicken nuggets and shit. My breakfast food is keep me semi-healthy. They say that eating eggs is really healthy. Of course, vegetables are healthy, and they say oatmeal is extremely healthy. And pepper even. Some say that eating pepper does something. And I really do. I pepper it up so much. Ever since I was a kid, I've used lots of pepper because my dad used it in abundance on his baked potato. Like my mom always like, I can't even taste it anymore with all that pepper. It was so much, right? So I tried it a couple times. I was like, man, it's pretty good. It might just be in my genes. My dad's still around though. He used the pepper. And, well, they had a garden too. It has a lot to do with eating vegetables, I think. Vegetables are important, man. Eggs too. Eggs too. When he was a kid, he mainly drank whole milk though. So you'd always say that. They didn't have like. They would have soda super rarely. It was a treat. Hey, yo! You got a lemon and a bell. Thanks for the lemon there, Kirby. Bells now. Yeah, it shows. It did show the bell. It says it was a bell. Or bells. Thanks. It'd be cool if it made like a bell. No, I'm surprised that isn't triggering the D-Live notification. Where is it? It should be triggering a D-Live sound. Oh, D-Live alert's on. It's just not. Oh. Okay. Not working. Usually makes the quack sound. Maybe because it's under a certain amount, it doesn't do it. I'm not sure. It should do it for everything. No, it does it for follows. Have you seen with donating and sharing and stuff? You can get things on D-Live right now with a wheel spinning thing. Spin the wheel, you get wheel spins depending on how many tickets you get. It's on the top of the Green there. You might have even some spins already. I could get one just from saying something in a chat. Did one spin today, I didn't get anything. 0 lemon. Brody, you're late, man. Dude, it's... Man, I tried to wait for you. Alright, I gotta give Simon his medicine now. Come on, bud. No, what? Sleepy cut. Away! Go! Away! No, 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 no. Ah, yeah. So, yeah, Outlaw posted some old stuff, it looks like. I don't know why. Remember this, Jim?
From what I've learned, it seems like Outlaw was inspired by the People's Convoy. With a few dollars in his pocket and a heart full of patriotism, Outlaw set out across the country on a whirlwind adventure with his son, mother, and close friends.
Thank you for loving my mother this much.
Oh man, those are good times.
Someone found out about his past, something that happened over 20 years ago, a crime committed last century in the 1990s, a long time ago when Outlaw was a troubled youth. The stalker broadcasts his past, and a few people became angry. These few people snowballed, eventually picking up this drama. I don't think people understood that Outlaw's faith is number one in his life.
It's me.
People don't realize that not all of us understand the world the same way. Each of us have a worldview shaped by our own experiences.
Yeah, I've a past, but praise to the king. I'm found at last. Yeah, I'm Brian D., founding vessel of Outlaw Reform Ministries.
My mom was retarded. He used him. Meanwhile, you see me though?
Someone found out about his past, something that happened over
It's
20
me.
years ago.
This is, see, that's supposed to say the Doe Show. He blurred out the Doe Show so people could, so I wouldn't get any, like I would get any promotion from his video. Dummy. But then he puts it in for like a split second. Where'd it go? There it is. Look, there were 89 people watching. 93 likes, man. Mr. Lamestrange is the last sub. He's actually banned now because he made a comment, I think, about that. I think that was a dog comment. April 19th. Oh no, the day before 420. Great Wolf had 300-some people watching him at the time. Oh. Freedom Board had 3.2k views on its last video right there. Holy shit. Doesn't do that anymore. All of us are dead now. All the music he puts to it. This one.
Fear thy neighbor. This was the court case with the this was the court case with the neighbors.
I'm eating little fruit snack things, okay? So, here's one of them. All it is apples and strawberries, no other ingredients.
There was a show that I used to watch. I can't remember. It was like a neighbor show where the neighbors were at odds. I can't remember what it was. Fear thy neighbor.
I'm having my fruit with my.
You guys have ever seen that? Usually, one neighbor who was doing something to irritate the other neighbors, and then it just like escalated, and the police were always called, and sometimes there were court cases, and nothing ever got done to solve the issue of what the person was doing.
Is anybody else doing a workout to this music? I know I am.
What happens at the end? What happens at the end of that show every time?
Sorry.
Every time somebody gets shot, somebody dies. It always ends in some kind of violence. And he called the police on you, sheriff on you this last week or something.
I had enough here. And he was like, while you're out here, I want to report that. He said, you're lucky they don't shoot. The sheriff said, you're not really supposed to say it.
How the hell does he think is watching these besides us?
Got your number. I'll talk to y'all later.
You need to come and harass him.
And if you would, when you get done with the movie truck.
No, I already told you, this truck will be pulled out as soon as that fence is done, and it ain't nothing else will ever get parked here again. I got one question.
I might have the answer.
All right. It's always been my experience that when a crime is committed, a person goes to jail right then and there. It don't go to the DA. I mean, the small stuff that's in question, yeah, but when a clear crime has been committed, a person usually is put in custody right then and there and hauled off. So my question is how come he's not being hauled off right now?
Well, we got to figure all that out. I want to be right. When you ain't right, that's when other things happen that's really bad for you personally.
This music is about to drive me crazy.
This wall, and like they said, they were right. He put wood in between where yes, a bunker. That's what I'm saying. Like a cult leader, you know, and if the police come back, he's going to be very fortified. He's fortified himself with trash and junk. Fortified himself with trash and junk. I'm going to move over here because there's a easier route back here. It's kind of got a lot of. Watch my step here. Let's see if I don't want to hurt myself. There's all this brush. Oh yeah, here I can see through here.
He's a dick, dude. Why would he put that on there? Poor thing doesn't want to hurt herself while peeping.
Part of his property. I can't really see anything in there though.
Gaslighting.
Go back here.
Getting them big words.
Back here. I got prickered. Get the prickers off me. I'm prickerfied. Yeah, I don't think I could get back through this to get back in there.
I can't believe he has so much junk on his property though, dude. I thought I was bad with hoarding. And at least it hasn't started seeping into my yard.
Here we go.
You got her there, dude. He's a pricker.
I've been getting people getting
also known as a prick.
A hold of me.
Is that where prick came from?
Have been
interesting. Thanks, Ally. Taught me something.
Have been telling me
Pricker
stories of their interactions with Dunker and.
What made him think that this music was a good idea?
And like, of course, I have to keep people anonymous if they want to be anonymous. Everybody that's gotten a hold of me has had a horror story of their interactions with Brian Dunker. Yeah, I'm coming by for the. If anything major happens, you got my number.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. If you got any videos, send them to me.
Please tell me your thoughts. You think anybody commented? Actually has 107 views. I wonder how many people just stayed for the music. 0 comments, 2 likes. That's sad. You put in all the work. Should I comment on it? You fucking lost it, haven't you? Should I comment on his latest one? Because he blurred my name out. You freaking lost it. Haven't you? That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna buy my band. I might be banned. I gotta make sure I remember. Oh my god, I'm banned there, dude. You dick. I'm gonna comment with Doe then. Bullshit. All both of those comments are deleted. What a pussy. He's banned all my accounts or what? Well, I'll find one that he hasn't banned. Oh no, he didn't ban it. Maybe he hasn't banned Osho. Oh, he made it so I had to. He had to approve the messages. I'll take the Doe one off. He approved it though. I know he's seen it because now it's on there. All I knew is you freaking lost it, haven't you? What in the world is an ode battery? Oh. Where are my kitties? Where are my kitties? Meow. Meow. Hmm. Hmm. They also didn't make all like the part with like he used somebody else's video in his video too though. Yeah, most of it was his. Well, what do we have here? Somebody's been eating some dry food. Chuck's been eating some dry food somewhere. He's out thirsty. At least he's got clean water to drink, and he's drinking it. He knew where to come for the water. He knows my water is super fresh. Every day he sees me do it. Oh yeah, that might be two. There it is, looking kind of white. Never seen Tux drink water before either, so probably is her the other one. This Tux gets a decent amount of fluid in the wet food I give him. Hopefully this one's doing alright. I do wonder how many fresh bowls of water there are out for them. I'm not moving my legs, Simon. Dude, when is this stupid Idaho murder case gonna start? Like, this dude's gonna. Does he just like being locked up in jail forever? I guess he knows he's gonna be there anyway, probably. Oh, weird, man. They just get that shit over with already. I'm tired of seeing it. Get away from that dude. Dude, yesterday Lookner did a video of him walking around in Mexico City. Who the hell goes to Mexico City? And he's weird. Is he just like want to get fucking kidnapped for content? One of the most dangerous cities in the world. And look, there's like, I'm gonna go to Mexico City by myself. You want to go there? What is wrong with y'all? Dude. Let's go visit Gaza next while you're at it. Oh, and then Sudan, and then Iran. Live a little, dude. They won't even mess with you. You're Canadian. I don't know. I don't really see myself needing to learn about Mexican history. I can go see some stuff in America that I haven't seen. Or Europe, where I actually have like ancestry or connection. How much of a connection to Mexico? I like tacos. That's about it. Man, he drank a lot of water. About half of it, looks like. I had that thing filled to the brim. Oh my gosh, Simon, my ankle is not supposed to be near pillow. His throat is on my ankle. Sorry, man. I don't have room for my boy. He loves sitting here with me. There's another dog.
Hi, my name is Monica, and I save $1,700 a month with GoodRx. As a single mom with 3 boys, I would take.
A horrific story out of Norwalk where 3 people were injured after being attacked by their dog.
Yeah, the incident happened at a family gathering. KTLA 5's Aaron Myers live from Norwalk with the details. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning to you both. That's right. 3 people were hurt, 2 men and a woman. We know one of the men, he jumped in and tried to stop this attack. We're told he stabbed the dog. Now we can go ahead and get into some video from last night. You can see a man in an ambulance with bandages on his hand and his nose. A woman also seen in an ambulance after the attack happened. The sheriff's department says they got a call for this attack around 7:30 last night at a home on the 14,100 block of Crossdale Avenue. As you said, a family gathering was taking place, according to authorities. Now, they say the dog, said to be a bull mastiff, started attacking, and another man intervened and stabbed the dog with a knife to try and stop it. That man had injuries to his hand, most likely from a knife cut, according to deputies. The other 2 victims, believed to be brother and sister, had dog bites to the arms and legs. All 3 were taken to the hospital with minor to moderate injuries. Now, at this time, we don't know if the victims lived at the home or were visiting for that gathering. The dog died and was picked up by animal control. We're told there were no other dogs on the property and that there is no threat to the community. Investigators say they do not believe there have been any other reports of incidents with this dog before. Now, back here live, we are told the dog lived at the property. At this time, it's not known why it attacked. Reporting live here in Norwalk, I'm Aaron Myers. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
based on what the chief said, is this is now a situation where we have chronic epidemic violence, although the news is good in that violent crime is down substantially this year compared to previous years and previous recent years.
School shooting.
And in fact, if you look at mass shootings so far to date, there have been 486, and we're almost at the end of the year, when last year, as I said earlier, there was 656.
So we got less.
While that news is good, it still reminds you that we have hundreds of these things happening all the time at a rate of more than one per day. So that's just simply the cold hard
really?
fact.
That's
and,
interesting.
You know,
One
the fact
a
that
day.
around the holidays, it's not abnormal,
school?
almost routine to see it because of the
maybe
stressors that people
in general
are
mass
under in
shootings.
some of these situations. But I think that's the thing that we mourn, that this has now happened again, and it's likely to happen more in the future.
Alas, there's no question of that. Aaron Katursky, I want to go back to you on sort of the range of responses that we've heard from Police Chief Sean Barnes, from getting on the scene right away to try and set up unification. They're really on it, as you have to be after an incident like this.
Police agencies, because in large part of what Pierre was talking about, the frequency of these have gotten a lot better. The preference is to go in right away, stop the shooting, stop the dying to the extent possible, figure out who did it, and neutralize the threat. And as soon as police in Wisconsin entered the school, they were able to see the juvenile shooter was dead inside the building. So they knew almost right away that the threat was reduced, and they did a couple of rounds of follow-on checks to clear the classrooms and some of the vehicles parked outside to make sure there was no follow-on threat. While they did that, they put area schools on lockdown out of an abundance of caution. Right now, the police believe there is nothing else to worry about except getting all these terrified kids back with their parents. As for who the juvenile is, police didn't say whether male or female or what the weapon used was, where the weapon came from. That's part of the reason why the ATF is on the scene. So they have a lot more investigative work to do.
So that
but in terms of the response,
anti-training movement a little bit more
in about an hour, Terry.
All right, they're working hard there, no question. Thank you, Aaron. I want to go back to Bob Boyce now on this, the way that this ended. It ended without the intervention of police in terms of firing. Obviously, they were there on the scene right away, and we don't know exactly what happened, except that they found a juvenile down who they believe to be the shooter, and that person is dead. This is one of those in which this person seems to have taken his or her own life at the end of taking others.
Was it a
We'll never know probably exactly the
People need to know.
Mind or young woman's mind, whatever the case may be. But you can see when the police are coming, this thing is ending quickly. It generally forces the shooter to make a decision, and that's when we have these suicides, these self-inflicted wounds, because the police are coming and they can hear them coming in, and police commands as well. The rapid response is the whole thing here. They go in and address this threat immediately, right there, and that's something that these officers have to live with every day. They know they have to do this. And that's accepted across the country. Protocols are working in the strangest sense, but they're not stopping anything. And that's the bad part of this. The protocols are working, but we still have these incidents, and that's a terrible shame.
Yeah, that is a bigger problem. Thank you, Bob. Brad, I want to go to you on that. So the police response might very well have saved lives, given what Bob was just talking about, that cornered and trapped and feeling the thing is over, the shooter seems to have taken his or her own life.
And keep in mind, Terry, that by and large, mass shooters know that this is basically a suicide mission in some form or fashion. They either take their own life or they force the police to kill them. And so, yeah, you sort of have to start with that. But I want to pick up on something that Bob brought up in that, yes, we do a much better job, and to your question to me, because we respond so quickly, we save lives. Most mass shootings occur under 5 minutes. My guess is this one probably didn't last even that long, potentially. But the point being, the breakdown across the board is that we're not doing a good enough job collectively in sort of analyzing and looking at troubled kids that are starting to talk in very dark ways. And sometimes it's just talk, but we have to do a better job of keeping track of them.
Absolutely, that is a high priority for the country. Brad,
They're
Garrett,
giving
Pierre
kids
Thomas,
too much
Aaron
freedom of
Katursky, and
fucking
Bob Boyce,
speech
thank
is
you
what's
very much
happening.
for
Kids
being
don't
with
need
us.
to be
We
on
take you now
social
back
media for one.
to WKOW coverage. That's our ABC News affiliate in Madison, Wisconsin. After police,
They don't need to
say
have
there
the
are reports of
ability to
multiple injuries, 5 dead,
to
including
get the word
shooter
out that they're all
at the
going to meet up
school
at the
shooting in
mall and
Madison.
shut it down. Kind of thing. Like, we didn't have that kind of power
Madison
when I was
Rios
a
here,
kid.
as we're looking up at the monitor, as we see officers from MPD outside of that reunification center there.
How hard that would have been to do back in the 80s or 90s? Get a bunch of kids together from different schools to meet up anywhere.
Some information, what we're learning. Again, this is a developing situation here.
On a whim like
some
that?
details
Like
about
with,
Abundant Life
on
Christian
a moment's
School. It was
notice?
founded in 1978. It is a community Christian school.
It would have been impossible to do when we were younger.
Families from their website. Again, this is from their website. About
Kids
200
have too much
families
power.
from 56 different churches here in the greater Dane County area, including metropolitan Madison and surrounding communities. It is
like adults have that same power,
so it is
but
a very large campus facility that they have
At least it's
there.
adults.
And it looks like they have students from kindergarten through 12th grade. So a number of different ages that are at this school, Abundant Life Christian School.
Well, Sean Barnes saying, too, it is a private Catholic school, right? It is not affiliated with MPD. Yeah. He said in his news conference about 20 minutes ago or so.
Australia just banned it for 16 and under. No social media
like
for them.
That at all. He said he wasn't sure if Abundant Life had metal detectors inside, but again, a quote from him, they shouldn't have to have metal detectors because it's a school. It should be a safe space for them. We've been mentioning before, there's going to be another briefing at about 12:30 this afternoon, okay? So in about 90 minutes from now or so, their PIO, Steph Fryer, we heard from her.
That'll
She
be
said
2:30.
fire station.
2:30, not 12:30.
Or sorry, 2:30. Thank you, Madison. Fire station 14. Again, developing story, breaking news, east side of Madison. A really heartbreaking day.
And this happened just before 11 o'clock at 10:57. So we're approaching the 2-hour mark of when this started to unfold here in the Madison area. Again, we know that 5 people are dead, but we don't have any information besides that about who those 5 people might be.
We know the shooter, right, is a juvenile, but they haven't said whether or not it's a male or a female. Sean Barnes, I don't believe he specifically said, yes, they were a student. I think he said he thought they were a student at the school. Again, this is just information that we're going off of from that press conference that was just held moments ago from Madison Police Chief Sean Barnes. Is Madison Rios, are you ready to go again? Can we send things back out live to you right now?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Give us a recap. What's happening on your end?
So we're tired of talking.
Absolutely. So I had mentioned earlier that the squad cars and their first responders, their sirens are no longer going off. We're still seeing them drive by here. As we discussed earlier, 5 people were killed in this shooting at Abundant Christian Life School. And that includes the juvenile suspect that Madison police believe was the shooter involved in this incident. They have not revealed any details about that shooter other than they were a juvenile. 5 additional people were injured for a total of 10 people that were involved in this incident that we know of so far. Now, we were just briefed by Sean Barnes around 12:15 today, and another briefing is coming around 2:30 at Fire Station 14. As these details are coming in, as everything is developing, they will share that with us when they can.
See, you
I'm
got
gonna
makeup
step
on,
aside
dude.
here. Right behind me here is the reunification site. I believe that they moved this Madison fire truck here to kind of maintain some privacy for those parents and families who are trying to be
so
reunified
light, you
with
can't
their
tell she
students.
has makeup on if she
And
does.
we're right in front of SSM Health Dean Medical Group. As you can see, police officers are trying to communicate
something you
things
would
with
see
people who are
here
trying to reach their loved ones.
LA.
First responders are there as well. We can see a fire truck is pulling through here, right off of Stoughton Road. Now, Buckeye Road doesn't appear to be closed off from the one end, but if you're coming from Stoughton Road area, they are still redirecting traffic over there. Now, the active shooter threat came in around 11 a.m. And like you had mentioned earlier, Chief Sean Barnes mentioned that their training center, MPD's training center for active shooting incidents, is not too far from here.
They don't have all the stupid
he had mentioned this is real life experience that they're putting that training to use, and it's unfortunate that they have to put it to use. You had mentioned that, he was not able to comment if there were metal detectors in the school, but he was adamant that there should not be metal detectors in the school because it is a school after all. Now, officers from around the county and the state responded to the scene, found multiple
metal
victims with
detectors in
gunshot
schools
wounds. As
is
I
like
mentioned
something
earlier,
for
5 people
ghetto.
lost their
That's
lives,
like
including the
some
shooter
inner city
or the
shit.
suspected shooter, and 5 people are injured.
Start
The
making
school is
Christian
still being
schools do
cleared,
it.
searching all cars, every inch of that school
And
to
they're-
make sure that
then,
everybody is
like-
out of that building, and anybody remaining in the building
We're
is
letting the
pulled out
criminals
safely.
kind of rule
There's
rule
no
the
threat
world,
to any MMSD
making us
schools
have to
at this
do all
time.
that.
Again, Madison schools went on lockdown at the time of the threat, but there is no ongoing threat at this time. The threat has since been neutralized. We'll keep you guys posted. We'll keep checking in here. And again, at 2:30, they're going to be briefing us again at Fire Station 14 with
You can
any
tell she's
additional details
cold,
that they may
too.
have at that time.
She's a drinker. I bet she drinks beer. She's got the chubby cheeks.
Yeah, Madison, you mentioned those schools, and I just want to clarify as well. I got an email from a viewer a couple of minutes ago.
It's that Wisconsin beer.
I was calling it a Catholic school. Abundant Life is not a Catholic school. It
Their
is a
nose is
Christian
running
school.
hardcore.
No affiliation to MPD. Madison mentioned those schools were on lockdown. No threat to Madison Public Schools. But again, it is a Christian school supported by about 40 churches or so.
And about 15 minutes ago now, we got a statement from Abundant Christian Life here.
supported.
As it says, prayers requested today.
Church
We
isn't
had
about to
an
come out.
active, we had an active shooter incident at ALCS. We are in the midst of following up. We will share information as we are able. Please pray for our Challenger family. Again, this is the school that posted this statement about 10 minutes ago on Facebook.
We also know the president has been briefed on what's happening here in the capital city. The White House
President.
has confirmed that. Senator Tammy Baldwin also
Is the
taking
president
to X
briefed every
this
time
morning.
people are
She said,
shot in
I have
America?
been briefed on the active shooter at Abundant Life Christian School in Madison.
As
and my
long as
heart
there's
goes out to
more
all
than
of
one
those
person was
impacted.
shot, the
My office is
president's
in touch
briefed.
with local and state officials, and I stand ready to assist law enforcement and anyone affected. We also heard from Mark Pocan this morning.
Interesting.
He wrote, my office is aware of reports of a shooting at Abundant
I mean,
Life
I feel
Christian
like this
School in
happens so
Madison.
much
We are
now
in
that-
touch
are
with
they
local
really
law
bugging him
enforcement
every
and will
day?
continue to monitor the situation.
Sir, we have
and
another
offer any
shooting.
assistance
We need you
can
to read
provide
up on
to
it.
our first responders. Senator Ron Johnson also responding today, saying my sincere condolences and prayers for all the victims of the tragedy at Abundant Life. I will continue to closely monitor that situation.
So again, this is breaking news here in Madison. Multiple people are hurt after a shooting at Abundant Life
If I'm
Christian
president,
School in
I'm not
Madison.
reading about
27 News reporter Madison
every
Rios has
fucking
been on the
shooting
scene
that's
in
going
Madison.
on
I
in
know
the
when we first
country. I'm just not going to do that. I got other things to do. I'll figure that shooting shit out. You know? What am I going to do about it? I'm the president. What do I want to go tell him I'm sorry? What do you want from me? I didn't do it. Why does the president have to know about it? Am I the only one that thinks it's stupid? Waste of his time? Sir, we had people shot and the shooter's dead. Yes, people are briefed. There's no way he concerns himself with it. They decide whether or not it's one that they need to bring to his attention for whatever reason, probably. This one, probably not so much. Unless it's a tranny. Newborn found dead on San Bernardino sidewalk. What the fuck? That's yucky. We're just throwing their babies away. What is this?
You know, God has forgiven me, and I'm working on forgiving myself.
Only on 6 tonight, a former drug kingpin and a white supremacist gang will be a free woman in a week. All of this because of a historic act of clemency by President Biden. Good evening to you. I'm Eric Von Anken. Thanks for staying up late with us tonight. This is a presidential privilege that most presidents take advantage of at the end of their term. In this case, he pardoned 39 people and commuted sentences for over 1,500 people, more than any other president has. And we discover that one of them happens to live here in Central Florida. Former drug dealer Jacqueline Hooker, known as Queen Bee. She's been serving her sentence on home confinement. Excuse me. The 66-year-old Baker sat down with her. How was that, Jerome?
I mean, you can definitely see that prison has taken a toll, and what she once was is
like
now something different.
They had the same
She
body
was sentenced to
shape.
13 years in prison 10 years ago, and now because of the president's pardon, she told me that she's been working to put her past behind her, and this early release could be the step in the right direction.
This is the first time that my mom came to visit me. I hadn't seen her in 2 years.
Jacqueline Hooker has lived her life through pictures over the past decade. These pictures in front of decorative backdrops and with fellow inmates trying to make the best of serving time behind bars.
What went through your mind when those handcuffs were slapped on there?
I was mad. I was really mad. I was mad at myself, mainly. I was mad that I had let it get that far. I was mad that my life was over.
Jacqueline Hooker, aka Queen Bee, was arrested and convicted in 2014 for being responsible for supplying methamphetamine as a part of the Aryan Circle, a white supremacist gang based primarily in Texas.
Would you say that was a breaking point for you?
I think the breaking point for me was when my mother came to visit me in the federal holding. She pretty much let me have it, you know, made me take a look in the mirror and see who I was affecting, that it wasn't just about me, that I was damaging other people's lives.
Hooker spent the next 6 years joining several programs in prison, trying to turn her life around.
I'm still ashamed of my past. I'm working on that. I know God has forgiven me, and I'm working on forgiving myself.
And due to health issues and the spread of COVID-19, the CARES Act allowed Hooker to serve her sentence at home in 2020.
This is the actual tether, and the phone is the GPS.
Yeah.
So I always have to keep them within 150 feet of each other.
I'm so vicious. Hooker now owns several rescue dogs and works every day to be a positive impact in her community.
I work for a small company. There aren't many employees. Yes, I go to church, but there's really no social life at all.
Dr. Shaniva McReynolds with the Families Against Mandatory Minimums Foundation says home confinement is no cakewalk.
It's not a get out of jail free card. Home confinement is as strict as being incarcerated. The difference is you're home with your family, and while that's a large difference, you still have a lot of, you know, guidelines, regulations, and things that you have to adhere to.
This week, President Joe Biden commuted Hooker's sentence as well as 1,500 others in home confinement.
I kind of don't believe it until it's going to happen. If I hadn't already signed some paperwork and seen it in black and white, I probably wouldn't believe it.
Finally, instead of collecting pictures, Hooker can actually celebrate the holidays, volunteer with her church, and create memories with no restraints.
No matter how far gone you think somebody is, if they want to change, they will. They can. Don't just lump us all together and put us out with the trash. We have the capacity and the ability to be amazing people.
Now, Hooker, along with the others, will be set free December 22nd. And Hooker says that even if President Biden didn't grant her clemency, her sentence would be over in July.
She was part of a white supremacist gang, Jarrell, in Texas. How was that for you?
Well, let me tell you, I have interviewed white nationalists. I've also interviewed some convicted drug dealers as well, and she seemed like she was neither of the sort. She seemed that someone who's working very hard to put her past behind her. This is no joke, people. I mean, if you didn't know anything about her past, she would be just as simple and easygoing as you and me. So it seems good to see someone like that finally get a second chance after working so long and so hard.
Good to hear, and the president obviously believes she deserves
you to
a
make her
second
some
chance.
pancakes.
Jarrell, thank you very much. Of course, we wish her the best.
Put the real syrup on it. Aunt Jemima, not that new stuff. What are they calling it now? It's not real syrup, though. Alright. Disney agrees to pay a settlement. Man. Oh, what is this? Oh.
Navy SEALs are hard. David Goggins, Jocko Willick, Jocko, run this country. David Goggins, run this country. Kyle Milliken. You guys know who Kyle Milliken is? You know who Marcus Luttrell is? You guys know who they are? I bet you read their books. You guys think they're hard? I'm hard. I'm hard as fuck. Tommy did it. She is, baby. She is. She is. She is. 44444. Get the fuck back now. Go read your Bible. Shut the fuck up. Stop, boss. Chris, can you stop and listen? We didn't even get your help. You know, I'm gonna go get me help. Don't stop with us. Please don't shoot me. I'm going to get my own help. Stop! Don't shoot me in the back, Reno PD. Don't fucking touch me. We're gonna get you. I have broken no laws. Shut the fuck up. Let me be quiet and go in my own house that I earned with my blood, my sweat, and my motherfucking tears. No. You guys think you're hard? Navy SEALs are.
What the fuck? Crazy, that dude. All of them don't know what to do. Can we get a lieutenant down here? Was he actually a SEAL? That dude's massive. They're not normally that big. Lawmakers asking for drone answers. When are they gonna figure out the fuck these drones are? It's getting stupid. Oh, Israel says Ireland crossed every red line, closes embassy in Dublin.
Closing its embassy in Ireland, accusing the Irish government of pursuing extreme anti-Israel policies.
Whoa.
The decision comes after Ireland's recognition of a Palestinian state. And just last week, Ireland intervened in an international court case against Israel brought by South Africa. Ireland was critical over how the court defines genocide, saying the protection of civilians is being minimized. In the 14 months since Hamas attacked Israel, 45,000 Palestinians have died, according to the Hamas-run Gaza Health Ministry, though that number doesn't distinguish between Hamas militants and civilians who have died. Israeli officials say Ireland has crossed every red line. Israel's foreign minister, Gideon Sa'ar, made the announcement criticizing Ireland for what he called anti-Semitic rhetoric and double standards in its treatment of Israel. The foreign minister added Israel will focus on strengthening relations with countries that share a supportive view toward the Jewish state. In response to Israel moving their embassy out of the country, Ireland called the closure deeply regrettable, stressing their policies are in adherence to international law, and disputed Israel's claims of the government being anti-Israel. This diplomatic fallout comes at a time of rising tensions in the Middle East. Israel is reportedly considering further military strikes against Iran's nuclear program, which Jerusalem sees as a growing threat. The U.S. and international bodies like the International Atomic Energy Agency have previously urged Israel to avoid such actions, though the incoming Trump administration is reportedly exploring strategies to counter Iran's nuclear programs, including possible military support for Israel in a potential strike. The world remains divided over Israel's policies and the ongoing conflict. While some nations back Israel's right to defend itself, others criticize its retaliatory actions as excessive. As global calls for peace in the Middle East grow, the path to a ceasefire remains a source of tension. Thanks for watching our news update. For more stories that matter to you, download the Straight Arrow News mobile app or visit us online at
Roid rage. Interesting.
Lo primero que yo pensé fue, ya no voy a dormir más en el suelo, ya no voy a dormir en el piso, ya no voy a aguantar frío, ya no voy a aguantar hambre y mis hijos tampoco. Cuando yo caigo a la realidad, que aterrizo, que estoy en Honduras, me siento, yo respiré profundo y yo dije, de nuevo estoy en Honduras. Y no me lo podía creer. Fue como un balde de agua fría para mí, caer a la realidad y saber que tenía que comenzar de cero en un país donde lo había intentado tantas veces y no lograba despegar. Sí fue asfixiante para mí.
That's cool. Welcome home.
Estamos a las puertas de una nueva emergencia humanitaria al no haber una respuesta estructurada para gestionar esta realidad, este fenómeno del retorno de miles de compatriotas. Sería un impacto fuerte en las familias que dependen de estos familiares que envían estas remesas para su subsistencia.
Tienes que buscar la manera. Cuando uno entra en ese laberinto económico de decir, bueno, no hay, ¿ahora qué hago? ¿De dónde busco? ¿De dónde saco? Entonces, como mamá soltera, se me ha hecho bastante difícil, bastante duro el poder sacar a mis tres hijos y la niña que tenía.
Make your country better, and it won't be as hard in your country. Maybe. No, just come to ours and just fucking leech off our systems. You see, or something. Leech off what our ancestors have done. Not what yours have done for your country. Oh, they can't because their ancestors did shit for their country, apparently. And what are they probably going to do for ours? Shit for ours, probably. Because they're going to take after their ancestors, aren't they? It's in their blood. Dooby-dooby-doo.
More basil, and more bechamel. You probably thought they were stopping at 5 layers, didn't you? In goes more pasta sheets, more ragu, more ricotta, more parmesan, more basil, and more bechamel. They add one more layer of lasagna sheets, tuck in the sides like I'll be tucking myself into bed after devouring this. A few holes get poked for ventilation, and it gets covered in foil. 2 people carry this beast into the oven and it gets baked to look like this. They flip it, slice it, and just look at those layers. But they're not finished yet. It gets smothered in tomato sauce, topped with Parmesan, ricotta, and shredded mozzarella cheese, then melted in their coal brick oven, finished with a little more Parmesan and fresh basil. The cross-section of Italian champions right here. Who's hungry? Incredibly cheesy, packed with meat ragu, and it needs to be on your devour list. So good. On more basil and more bechamel. You probably thought they were
Well, the leftist media suddenly believes in biology and sex again.
Oh, really?
I was fascinated to read in the New York Times and to see reports by CNN that ancient remains recovered from Pompeii were in fact male, not female, as previously thought. When Mount Vesuvius erupted in AD 79, most of Pompeii's population perished. Excavations in the 18th century uncovered 2 bodies that were always assumed to be a mother holding a child. But scientists of this week upended that narrative, stating the adult was in fact male, which begs the question, how did they know? Was there a government-issued gender recognition certificate found near the remains? Were the scientists somehow able to determine the corpse's preferred pronouns? CNN reported, quote, DNA analysis upends long-held assumptions. And the New York Times, a former newspaper, gasped. In 79 AD, a volcanic eruption engulfed a town's residents. They weren't all who scientists thought, newly extracted genetic material suggests. Aha! It turns out the sex of a person is grained in their very DNA. Who knew? Well, I think the New York Times and CNN always knew. It's just that, like our politicians, they pretend not to know what a woman is when it's convenient to do so.
To be inclusive, anyone that identifies as a woman is a woman.
Lawmakers like former Queensland Women's Minister Shannon Fentiman can espouse whatever gender nonsense they like, but bones don't lie, not even after 1,945 years.
Yeah, but gender's different than sex, man. Gender is a social construct. Sex is a physiology. It's a physiological attribution of the human body. Know what they say? Hey, hey, hey! Hey! Who the fuck? Weird motherfucker. Both of them are licking their chops. He was like biting his throat or trying to, and he was hissing at her, trying to bite her face. Why are you trying? Okay. Oh, Mayor Johnson. Is he going to be talking? She's licking me. Say sorry. I don't do anything yet. Workers for Amazon are threatening a potential strike ahead of the holidays.
The legendary Dick Van Dyke and why he's especially grateful.
These guys I owe my life to and my house to. So God bless you guys.
Actor Dick Van Dyke is counting his blessings today after flames neared his home last Tuesday, the same week of his 99th birthday. Quick acting neighbors and Good Samaritans saved him and his house from a rapidly spreading wildfire near his home in Malibu. The Hollywood legend, famous for Mary Poppins, The Dick Van Dyke Show, and a new viral Coldplay music video, still managed to make light of the dramatic fire.
I said, what kind of a birthday is this?
As the fire raged all around him, he tried to set up a fire hose in the backyard on his own before the Good Samaritans jumped into action.
I couldn't get up, and they had to pick me up and carry me to the car.
Got him in the car and buckled him in, and just as he did, he grabbed my arm and he said, please don't let my house burn down.
Their actions saved Van Dyke's home of 40 years. They even found his beloved cat, Bobo, who went into hiding during the fire. Grateful for those neighbors who saved his belongings and his life, Van Dyke says he isn't done yet.
I need more time. I got plans.
Still has things to do.
When you saw that this judge, who was convicted for essentially sending kids to jail longer so that the prison, the private facilities could make more money, when you heard that Joe Biden pardoned this guy, commuted this guy's sentence, what did you think?
I was filled with every kind of emotion, hurt, defeat. Now that I've had more time to process it, it's more of anger.
Yeah.
And just, a whole, it's just this is very deeply upsetting and personal. Joe Biden came here and campaigned multiple times that he was, Joe Scranton, he was one of us. He knew of our struggles and he cared about our community and our kids and our families. And that is just absolutely not true. He is not one of us. We have an expressway named after him. I have to drive down and look at it every day, the President Biden Expressway and the Biden Street.
Yeah.
That's what I want done. I mean, there needs to be reform of how the overseeing of how these applicants are chosen for these pardons. And what I want to see is his name removed, because that's just, another slap in the face, another injustice.
The music that these news agents put to this here. Knock it off with the music. Are we standing up?
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 44 members present, so we do have a quorum. There are a number of alders who have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Those alders are as following: Alders Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez, Alder Brian Hopkins, Alder Jeanette Taylor, Alder Andre Vasquez, Alder Lenny Mana Hoppenworth, Alder Marie Hatton. Can I get a motion to approve their participation? Have them added to the roll once they have been verified to be online. Is there a motion? It's been moved. All right, it's been moved. But there is a motion to lay the motion to allow for remote participation. There's a motion to lay the motion of Rule 59 on the table.
The people are pissed there. If they're not here, they don't get the vote,
We have
they
one
said.
in opposite.
So the motion,
Oh, Haddon.
the chair recognizes Alderman
Haddon.
Lopez.
I'm sorry?
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to clarify that Alderwoman Haddon, who's marked as present, is not here at the
We're
moment.
fixing it.
All right.
Okay.
We're fixing it.
Very well. The clerk is fixing it.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman.
So there are 43 members present, and the motion to lay the motion to allow alders to participate remotely, that motion has been, there's a motion to lay that motion on the table. So if you vote yes, this would essentially mean that these alders will not be able to be allowed to participate in today's meeting remotely. If you vote no, it means you wish to return back to the initial motion to allow for remote participation per Rule 59. Okay, all those in favor to lay, all right, there's a roll call to lay the motion for Rule 59 on the table. Madam Clerk, please make the e-vote application available to the alders. Again, the motion to lay Rule 59 on the table would mean that you do not wish to proceed to allow members of this body to participate remotely. A no vote means you wish to return back to the initial motion to allow for remote participation.
It is now open. The motion on the table. Oh. Hold on 1 second.
You know what the fuck they're doing up there? It's all organized.
Do you want to create a new one?
Like they marked somebody there that wasn't there. Now they what is this? Chicago is broken. A waste of time, man. They got all these people waiting for them to fucking do something that probably should already be done.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request that we do the roll call by a voice vote.
We're working on the e-application now. The clerk is working on it now. Thank you.
The application's not
Alderman
working.
Lopez.
Those chairs look really nice too. Those are probably $1,000 chairs minimum. Never even seen a chair like that before, have you? It was crazy.
We're going to provide the clerk just another moment to see if we can get the technology moving. In the event that technology is not able to accommodate us, it would require a member of this body to withdraw the e-vote application component, not even withdraw, but it just allow for an old school roll call vote. All right, just give her another minute, please. So thank you for your patience. We're inevitably going to need this technology, and so we're resetting it now. Just provide just another moment.
Let's give it a second. Is it working now? Okay, now it's back on. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. And again, just for clarity, a yes vote to lay the motion on the table means that you do not wish to allow for members of this body to participate remotely. A no vote means you wish to return back to the initial motion to allow for remote participation.
No, she does. Look, she's out. Look. Oh. Okay.
Going through with
Okay,
it.
I will now call on those who have not used the e-device. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a no. Alderman Mitchell. Not present. Alderman O'Shea. Okay. Alderman O'Shea already went through. He said no. Alderman Villegas is already in. Alderman Sposato. Alderman Sposato. Oh, I see yours in. Alderwoman Silverstein.
Why do they have to
Silverstein is a no.
so far off? Why do they have to even
Alderwoman Coleman has just walked in. I see you. Yeah, Alderwoman Coleman's here now. Did you want to vote? Nay? No? Sorry, Alderman, I couldn't hear you. No? Okay. Alderwoman Coleman is a no. Everyone voted who wished? Okay. The voting is now closed.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 32 nays, 10 yeas. The motion to lay the Rule 59 motion on the table has failed. Alderwoman Harris on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider.
All those in favor of reconsidering this motion signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion fails. Back to the original motion. There are a number of alders that have requested to participate remotely per Rule 59. The alders are as following: Rosana Rodriguez Sanchez, Brian Hopkins, Jeanette Taylor, Andre Vasquez, Lindy Mana Hoppenworth, Marie Hatton. Madam Clerk, could you verify their presence before we make the official motion?
Yes. Alderman Hopkins, are you there?
Present.
Hopkins is present. Alderwoman Taylor, are you there?
I'm here.
Taylor is present. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, are you there? Here. Rodriguez Sanchez is present. Alderman Vasquez.
Present.
Vasquez is present. Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth.
Present.
Mana Hoppenworth is present. Alderwoman Hatton.
Present.
Hatton is present.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to approve? It's been moved. All those in favor of this motion to allow for remote participation for the following alders signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please add those members to the roll call.
They will be added.
Very well. This is a portion of the meeting for public comments.
There we go. Should be good.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another
Why'd I
speaker.
lose a viewer? This should
Any
be
written
good, you
comments that
stupid
have been submitted
shits.
will be posted and made available for automatic review.
Motherfucker. Somebody
Our
dumb
first
was
speaker this
watching.
afternoon
How long
is
was he
Carol
here?
Reyes.
Probably a female on it. This way.
My name is Carol Reyes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
Any
please.
people shouldn't be able to call in.
A Chicago resident of Puerto Rican descent, I raised my voice against you, Mayor Johnson. Of the estimated 10 to 15 million percentage of arrivals that you welcomed, you stated that they would continue to make our city safe. Safe for whom? You welcomed the most violent gang on the face of the planet, people who are persona non grata from all over the world, explosive experts, serial rapists, human traffickers, drug dealers, terrorists, and thieves. And you want the residents of Chicago to pay for them to be here? A Department of Homeland Security employee stated that these migrants received a one-time payment of $6,000 upon arrival and $3,000 per family per month. They also get free phones and service, free Uber and bus rides, and free airline tickets, food stamps, apartment vouchers for $1,500 per month, and free medical care. Benefits Chicagoans or even citizens have never received. Have you lost your mind? They never paid 1 cent into our system. You kicked out residents from their shelters to house the aforementioned people. You spent over $400 million on them and audaciously requested a property tax increase of $300 million. $68 million was approved according to WBEZ. Ask George Soros for the $300 million. He's good at funding special interest groups. Ask Kim Fox and Lori Lightfoot. Bad police officers cost Chicago residents tens of millions of dollars yearly in civil lawsuits. They commit crimes with zero accountability, remain on their jobs, get promotions, and retire with full pension packages. You put the future and lives of at-risk youth in jeopardy by slating community centers and schools so desperately needed in the Black communities for migrant shelters. You put these illegals over the homeless, jobless, youth, and veterans. Companies and Catholic churches displayed huge banners in Spanish offering employment to migrants, jobs that were never offered to your constituents. You were elected to be the voice of, to act in the best interest of the residents of this city. I pray Trump audits where that money went. You have degrees in youth development and teaching. You should have stayed in your lane. Clearly, you cannot budget at this level. Be a man of your word. You promised not to raise property taxes and to get rid of the red light cameras and not to increase them. Scrap your migrants first agenda and get these migrants out of here. They are a millstone around your neck. God will not be mocked. Borders are biblical. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Mona M.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, commence.
Thank you for the time to speak. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. I've had this honor several times in the past and would like to specifically address the 34th Ward. As a reminder, I am not here to protest anyone's religion, Scientology, but am here to warn you about the abuses happening behind the cloak of the religion. P. Diddy, Epstein, and Nassar are all examples of warnings that came to councils such as yourself, and nothing happened before the abuses went out of control. Physical, mental, and sexual abuses happen behind closed doors and are being swept under a PR rug as window decorations presented by their front groups. Many organizations operate in your community under the guise of humanitarian or educational causes, but some, like these, have hidden agendas. The Way to Happiness, WISE, Volunteer Ministers, Dianetics, Youth for Human Rights, Citizens Commission on Human Rights, Foundation for a Drug-Free World, Applied Scholastic, Narconon, Criminon, and ABLE. These are all front groups that are window dressing to disguise the horrors of what is really happening, and also front groups that are recruitment pools to bring more victims into their web of deceit. There's a targeted class of people right now, the immigrant population, that are ripe for the pickings to promise them a pathway to citizenship, but when they are on the payroll, the person's documents are confiscated and held for safekeeping. This leaves them less than a slave and a victim as trapped humans trapped in a perpetual servitude behind the guise of an R1 visa. This is happening right under your nose, and it needs to be dealt with. When you are asked to be a part of or speak at any of these events associated with Scientology or their front groups, know that you are silently endorsing the elder abuse, silently endorsing slavery, silently endorsing child abuse and human trafficking. When you go to their galas to help raise money for CPD or Toys for Tots, yep, it appears they are being benevolent, but in reality, it is what I said, a window dressing. To conclude, this is a quote from their doctrine.
This is bullshit they're letting these people call
A
in.
7-year-old girl who shudders because a man kisses her is not computing. She is reacting to engram. Since at 7, she should see nothing wrong in a kiss, not even a passionate one. This is a doctrinal quote. Are you okay with being aligned with this? I yield back my time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Lori Brogan.
Thank you. Yes, this is Lori Brogan, and I'm calling on behalf of a citizen, concerned citizen here in Illinois. I'm a parent of 3. I'm speaking as an individual. I want to bring your attention to something. I firmly believe in bridging our viewpoints through communication and open dialogue. And I think that can only happen when we have the facts and have facts straight. I would like to talk about what I have recently learned about in our Printer Road district, and the students of Columbia College have written about recently, and basically some of the things that they have had to deal with. And this is regarding the occupation of what they call themselves as the Church of Scientology Chicago. I want to address specifically, I'll go briefly here. You may not know how they operate, meaning that they firmly believe. They show a movie called Dianetics to the students. And in this movie, they talk about them having a solution for a modern treatment of mental health. All you have to do is look this up to see numerous deaths that have been caused. But I don't want to digress, because they say that this is spiritual counseling is what they offer instead of clinical mental health, pharmaceutical, and mental health is such a huge issue, not in our city, but all over. And what they do, what they call spiritual counseling. But what they call spiritual counseling is called auditing. You may not be familiar with auditing, and I don't want to go through exactly all the things that are auditing. But I do want to tell you that auditing is something that is done to children and with children. It is a form of what we might call dialogue, but it's not, and it's not a form of penance either. It's a form of confessional. It's a form of interrogation, and often these are explicit sexual content where children have to say words that are explicitly sexual that I could never say here. And we need to be aware of this. We need to be informed. Again, it is important to have bridging viewpoints, but we can only know the truth in what is being communicated. So bridging viewpoints, first of all, what we need to do is we have to have an ethical guidelines and legal procedures in place in order to prevent the use of inappropriate auditing and questioning techniques on children. The ethical principles should be as follows. Children must be treated as minors, and they must have a limited capacity. They are not to be seen as adults. These developmental stage and their vulnerability must be respected. Questioning and auditing of children should be done in an age-appropriate manner, avoiding any adult language and topics that are beyond their understanding. There should be strict prohibition against using auditing or questioning techniques to elicit sexual or explicit information from children. This constitutes abuse.
Thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker this afternoon is Jessica Jackson.
We're not doing this.
Oh, okay.
You have the one.
Two. You got two?
Two. Purchase.
So it has already been determined that
you don't follow the United States Constitution. And maybe that's perhaps because you're not a founding father and your name is not on the document. So perhaps if we show you something that your name is on, maybe you'll follow those rules. We got a rules of order and procedure, City Council, City of Chicago, for 2023 to 2027, with your name on it. However, we sit in here all the time and watch you violate our rights. Right. We sit in here all the time and watch you allow City Council to violate our rights. Now we're gonna talk about this budget, about the strange things that's happening. Because again, your name was on this executive order of May 2023. This executive order for immigration, migrants, and refugee rights. You caused all this money to go to illegal immigrants, not Harold Washington. You gonna be held accountable for it. And we want a forensic audit of the money that was spent on illegal immigration. You all are trying to do everything but that, when in fact, that's where all the money went. So anything that you all pass is not genuine, it's not honest. Yeah. Because you're trying to cover up where our money actually went. Sure is. Now, it's been some strange voting going on. Let's talk about the fact that Taliaferro and Lopez, Sergio Lopez, got extra money. Whoa. Could it be because Byron Sergio Lopez wrote a letter on my behalf to help with my case, and so did Taliaferro? Could it be that they were told that they could get more votes if they blew my case? Whoa! Now, let's look at Alderman David Moore, who have been in here and listened to me talk about my probate all the time and haven't done anything. Could it be he planning a seminar with Lori and them, while at the same time selling me out? Because he's supposed to be getting a field house for his ward. We got something for you. Fridays, famous Friday, and we got another one. This is Chicago Flip Red. Chicago Red got you too. You got Chicago Red and you got Chicago Flip Red, and both of us getting that. So now, who's gonna be famous Friday? Pull this name real fast. Carlos Ramirez Rosa. Yeah!
Thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Sharon Abbott.
Brandon Johnson, first of all, I hate to break your heart. I didn't vote for you. I'm a lifelong conservative. Nevertheless, your job is to represent all of the people of Chicago and not your own personal interests. On May 15, 2020, you took your oath of office and solemnly swore to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Illinois, and that you would faithfully discharge the duties of the office of mayor to the best of your ability. The U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 4, states that the United States shall guarantee to every state in the Union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of these against invasion. The preamble of the U.S. Constitution states that we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, and provide for the common defense. Likewise, the Illinois Constitution reiterates that the people formed our government with its primary role being to ensure domestic tranquility and provide for the common defense. Brandon Johnson, you violated your oath of office. You have not supported the U.S. Constitution nor the Illinois Constitution. You have not protected the people of Chicago from invasion nor ensured domestic tranquility. You have also ignored the Declaration of Independence, which declares that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. No one appointed a monarch to rule over the people of Chicago. Rather, as mayor, your duty is to serve the public, and you are bound by the parameters of the Constitution only to act by the consent of the people. Members of City Council, you likewise took an oath of office to support the U.S. and Illinois Constitution. You are also bound by the parameters of the Constitution only to act by the consent of the people.
Yes. Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is David Mason.
We have to remember history, because the number one thing that we know for certain is that history always repeats itself. So, Mr. Johnson, I know that you can appreciate with me giving you a history lesson with you being a former social studies teacher from Elgin. Well, you plan on going back to the classroom anyway. That was the whole purpose with you taking a leave of absence, right? Well, besides the mental reason. I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. But let's go ahead and talk about history repeating itself. Let's talk about taxation. Chicago has a tax for everything. Water tax, grocery tax, tourist tax, hotel tax, bag tax, liquor tax, cigarette tax, the highest sales tax in the country by far, parking tax, surcharge of downtown parking, property lease tax, and streamer tax. The only thing that you all don't have a tax for yet is oxygen tax. And the only reason why you don't have a tax for that just yet is because you ain't figured out how to do it yet. But let me not speak too soon, because you probably might actually think it's a good idea and you're gonna try to write it down. So let's go ahead and talk about, let's not forget about the good old sugar tax. Y'all remember y'all used to back in 2016 and you go to your favorite grocery store and you buy your favorite 24-pack of pop? Well, you paying more taxes on that pop than what the actual cost of it is. What you didn't know is that your buddy Brandon Johnson voted for that sugar tax. So it's not a surprise that he wants to pour a $40 million line of credit and put the city in even more debt than what we already are with the $1.2 billion deficit. Yeah. But it's your fault that because you gave half the money to illegals. Also, it's lazy government is what you call it, so let's not forget that we gotta watch these politics. And I was at that Board of Czar meeting, and Tom Homan said out of his mouth that it is illegal to harbor and conceal illegal aliens. So like I told you before, that you ain't gonna blink, well, we ain't gonna flinch either. Now, I'm going to tell you another thing. All you illegals, and you ain't going to have no Merry Christmas. You're going to have a Merry Deportation Christmas.
Biden will still be in office then, bud. Sorry.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Robert Thierry.
Hello. Hello, thank you for letting me have this opportunity to speak. My name is Robert Terry. In 2017, I became homeless and disabled. But this year, there was an October 7th attack on two of Chicago's homeless people. Mr. Paul Williams and David Swick were both executed for being homeless, and David Swick was also disabled. I was protesting because homeless lives matter. Yes, they do. On November 14th, I was attacked by the owner of the JJ Fish. I have video footage on my cell phone. I did not fight back. They made a false report on me saying that I assaulted them. I was told I could not press charges because I was the assailant on the false report. So November 21st, I went to headquarters at a town hall meeting. And the next day, November 22nd, a detective was assigned. I kept calling him. I didn't get through to him till November 26th. I requested him to look at the video footage at Nikki's across the street from 7828. Actually, 7829 is Nikki's address. He said he would get back to me on Saturday.
What's this guy talking about?
I didn't
He
get
lost
back
me.
to him. I had to call him on December 2nd. And I sent him my video on my cell phone. And again, I requested him to look at the video footage at the Nickies. But instead, he went to JJ Fish and called me on December 6th. He called me, he told me to go talk to the owner of Nickies, that the owner wants to make amends with me. And I told him no, I wasn't going to do that. He then said, if you don't drop the charges against him, then I will arrest you for harassing him, harassing the owner of JJ Fish. I said, no, I want to press charges, and I want to go order of protection on him. He hung up the phone on me. JJ Fish shows a history of total disregard for human life.
This guy's putting me to
and
sleep,
violence
man.
Against a disabled citizen of Chicago. Please look into this matter and shut down JJ Fish at 7828 South Western Avenue. Thank you.
Oh, you should have
Thank
been
you
more
very much for your
entertaining.
comments.
Should have screamed. Should have been
Our
like.
next speaker is the Chicago Conservative.
Now that would have got their attention. It would have woke me up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
You
he's
spent
black.
over
Black to
$574
the
million
bone.
on illegal immigrants here in Chicago, Illinois since 2022. Now, you still feel like you have to harbor these illegals, which is not a good idea. And in my personal opinion, I don't think it's a good idea to challenge Tom Homan on this because he's trying to clean up our cities, Mr. Brandon Johnson. Now, let me just remind everybody here that Brandon Johnson is terrible with the budget. How is this $40 million credit line is going to work exactly? Because the key word is credit. So how much will we be using from this $40 million? And the real question is, how much will we be paying back? Now, you want to sit here, you and J.B. Pritzker want to puff out your chest and fight Tom Homan. We need Tom Homan here in Chicago. We need Donald Trump. And I don't want to see people like Pam Bundy and Kash Patel, you know, haul you up out of here and become prosecuted. I don't want to see that happen. But they will do their job if they have to, Brandon Johnson. Now, we are $1 billion in debt. That's absolutely insane. Kamala Harris, she spent $1 billion on her campaign less than a year, and she's $20 million in debt. So it's looking like Democrats are bad with money. Now, you ignored me for 10 to 15 seconds last time I was speaking, and I really did not appreciate that at all. But I got a Christmas present for you. Let's remind the people of Chicago that Brandon Johnson spent $32,000 in campaign funds on haircuts and makeup. So I got an early Christmas present for you, Brandon Johnson. This is some makeup for you right here. You got some rouge, you got the makeup brush right there, so you can save this people some money, for crying out loud. Now, let me tell you people, I'm going to be serious here. We need to start voting different in these cities like New York and Chicago. Stop voting these people in. It's not Democrat versus Republican anymore. It is populist versus establishment. It is the populist versus the establishment. Stop letting them trick you into the race baiting when it comes to Brandon Johnson. Oh, black people need help too. Trump want to hurt black people. What are you talking about? We're legal here. We are legal. Come on. Now, I'm trying to be nice about this, and Mr. Brandon Johnson, I do respect you in a little bit of way because you're trying the best that you can. I really want to believe that, but listen, man, you got a 14% approval rating, so the people is looking like they're telling you that you're fired, man. So I'm just humbly asking you, Brandon Johnson, to please come up with something that's reasonable by the end of this year, because I don't want to see a government shutdown, Mr. Brandon Johnson. Please do your job. I don't care if you're black. Chicago needs to get rid of DEI. I don't care if you're black. Can you do the job? Can you do the job, Mr. Brandon Johnson? And it's looking like you can't do the job.
Maybe they have a white person
So please
in charge
don't fail
next. Pretty sweet.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who
Chicago's
have kindly
getting
signed up
tired
for
of
the
the
public comment
DEI
period.
shit.
Farewell. Thank you. Okay. Sergeant at Arms, please restore order.
In the name of humanity, we will not accept the fascist America. We refuse to let our immigrant brothers and sisters be rounded up
Oh.
Sergeant at Arms, please remove these individuals from the chambers. Thank you. This chamber will come back to order. Thank you very much. Members of the public, please. Members of the public, if you wish to stay in the chambers, please sit down and return to order. Members of the public, if you wish to remain in the chambers, thank you very much. Though there are, if those in the audience, if you cannot restrain yourself, I will respectfully ask that the Sergeant of Arms remove you. Please. There are no resolutions for today, however. The 15th Ward former alderperson, 1986 elected, former alder Marlene Carter, who has passed away. I would ask that this body take a moment of silence in her honor.
Is that it? I think that's all the excitement. I'm not gonna let the people talk anymore.
Communications, Madam Clerk.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transfer here with an ordinance authorizing the purchase of property located at 1751 North Harlem Avenue. Favorable consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Barely 2 years. Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Tyler C. Hall as member of the Police Board for a term effective immediately expiring August 10, 2029 to succeed Nanette L. Dorley, whose term has expired. Favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very 2 years. Brandon Johnson, Mayor for the Committee on Police and Fire. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following document was filed in my office. Estimated year 2025 aggregate property tax levy as amended. I, City Clerk Valencia, transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications or particular areas referred to the Committee on Zoning Landmarks, Building and Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago, which referred to the Committee on Finance. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The Chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Mr. President, I was asked to be recognized at the agreed calendar, but I can do my recognition here for the life of Bob Love, who passed away.
Okay.
Oh, very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. Chair recognizes all.
Everything's so out of order here.
We can do it during the agreed, so let's continue with your committee report. Thank you again. Thank you, Madam Chair. You're recognized.
Okay. Bye, Chicago. Later. I think Shirley's live right now, walking around Houston talking to people. AOC makes play for top Democrat on House Oversight Committee. Yep. Oh, what was this other one I wanted to see?
This week, HHS Secretary nominee RFK Jr. will meet with senators on Capitol Hill ahead of his confirmation hearing next month.
But the battle against big food is already taking shape as one Pennsylvania man sues nearly a dozen companies, accusing them of marketing ultra-processed foods to kids.
Fox News contributor Dr. Nicole Sapphire joins us now. And you know what, Dr. Nicole, we got some stats we would just want to share. It's actually shocking when you think about the health crisis in the country. We talk a lot about adults, but let me tell you about some kids. I just want to get your reaction. 1 in 5 Americans between the ages of 12 and 18 are pre-diabetic. That's mind-blowing. That's according to a 2019 study. 5 to 10% of children have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. That according to a 2021 study. What's your reaction to those stats?
Crazy.
Well, unfortunately, it's shocking,
Dude,
but not surprising.
What's
And we've been
crazy
watching
about
this
it is
trend.
I ate tons of sugar when I was a kid. And I feel like if I had either one of those, they would have come up before going to boot camp. Like I think they test your blood before going to boot camp, don't they?
Happened for the last decade or so, and while we have come to accept the fact that American adults tend to be overweight, have metabolic syndrome, prediabetes, and diabetes, it's now going into our children, and that makes sense, right? Because whatever lifestyles we as adults are doing, it goes down into our children as well. So the lifestyle behaviors, unfortunately, is now harming our children.
You know, Nicole, sometimes the best questions that you can ask someone happen off camera after you finish the interview. I just talked to Mae Musk, and I said, what's your best beauty tip? You know, here's this elegant woman who's aged so gracefully, and she said, watch what you eat. And we talked a little bit about what RFK Jr. is doing and so forth. Here is a consumer, by the way, a lawsuit, Consumer Brands Association. Food safety and protecting the integrity of the food supply is priority number one for food and beverage manufacturers. Their attempt to classify foods as unhealthy simply because they are processed or demonizing food and ignoring its full nutrient content misleads consumers and exacerbates health disparities. So that's the food industry trying to defend itself against the fact that RFK Jr., and so many in the Make America Healthy Again movement, Cali Means, et cetera, are saying, hey, these ultra-processed foods are killing Americans, making them unhealthy, and pushing and propelling chronic disease in America.
Well, Rachel, you have to remember, this is a much bigger topic than just combating big food industry. What we're talking about is harmful consumerism and marketing to the population of items that may be harmful. We saw this with big tobacco in the 1960s and 70s, but we still see alcohol being advertised, pharmaceuticals being advertised. These all have addiction potentials, and they really feed on our natural dopamine pathways, which is our reward centers in the brain. So the big question is, you know, what are we doing here? If the product is harming the actual consumer, is the pitch, is it even working for the consumer, or is this purely profit driven? Because the harsh reality is people profit off of addiction. And so one question, there's a lawsuit going on right now out of Philadelphia or out of Pennsylvania where there's someone who's a teenager has that non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and they're now saying that the big food industry, because of their marketing and of these addictive substances, led to this. And while that may be true, I think marketing is very aggressive, especially to our younger populations. We see it with social media. We know there are consequences when it comes to these marketing campaigns. But I also have the question, where are the parents in all of this? We also, as individuals, have to be holding ourselves accountable for some of this as well. Yes, there are aggressive and harmful marketing campaigns. There is disgusting chemicals in our food supply, especially that's what's accessible to lower income populations. But also we have to think of, as the individual, what are we choosing to do?
Yeah. Well, I think the problem is, you guys, that our government is subsidizing ultra-processed food, and it's going to poor people in particular. I think that's really
delicious,
an easy thing to effectuate. We know they're going to go for transparency when it comes to a lot of the pharmaceuticals. How we implement change on food is going to be the hardest nut to crack, but I think subsidies is a great place to start. Dr. Sapphire, always great to see you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Earhart. I'm Steve Ducey. That might be it. Yo. Sun is on the food, man. It's time for me to get out of here. Sorry. Look, someone hit the bell earlier. I didn't notice it. The bell, Enzo, is gone now. People were coming through on live. That was nice of them. Live, man. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for hanging out. You too. It's you, Will Toast, and Sister T, and Ted Thomas, and Brody YYC, and Night Owl Glass, Ted Thomas, everybody's working for the weekend. Alright then. Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you the most. And thanks again, Sister T, for the very generous contribution yesterday. It is on the board. You too, Ted. Ted? I miss seeing that donut next to your name on Twitch too. You know, I miss seeing that. All right, man. Love y'all. Talk to you later. Just keep breathing.
Another one. Meow, 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 meow.